ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome back, gamers, to more ESL Challenger League action. We are ready for another one of our 14 cups in EU to find our regional final squads for the end of the year to fight for that spot in ESL Pro League eventually. My name is Travis, alongside me is Scriv. We often jump in together when there's some schedule swaps and stuff like that to have a good waffle together. Firstly, mate, how are you?
Yeah, very well. Excited to get into it. I'm looking forward to catching a bit of OG here. You know, obviously an organisation with a lot of history and some pretty storied players on this team as well. So yeah, I'm feeling good about this one. How are you, Trav?
I'm doing well. I'm very grateful to come back from Paris not ill. So many times I've gone abroad anywhere, whether it can be via train travel or plane travel. I've come back and I've had a cold or something. Today, and after the Paris trip, I feel totally fine, which makes a lovely change. And now we can talk about some more ESL Challenger League action and the bracket, of course, between these two teams, where they're situated in this one. We've got 4 groups, obviously, in this EU Cup. I believe it's number 3, this EU Cup. Yes, it is. We're going to be focusing on Group 4 in the bottom right there. We've already had many games go down already. This is where the important games begin to see who will be playing in playoffs and complete our playoff lineup. OG, Flux will be focusing here, and there's a lot of very well-known players on the server on OG to keep an eye on today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they look like probably one of the scarier teams in this particular cup, right? And with so many of them going on, it's going to be difficult to sort of keep up with who is in one cup to the next and this sort of thing, and whether they're playing multiple, etc. As Trav has mentioned, we've increased the amount by quite a lot in terms of how many cups there are, and then that does mean that prize pool per cup has come down, but I think it really stacks up the regional final in a great way, which will be quite exciting. I think that the older system, it moves quick, for sure, but it did mean that once in a while you'd have a team just like skipping stages, and then you've got much less of a high stakes kind of tournament to obviously make it through to Pro League, which is kind of the main thing I think that these teams would be admitting that they are playing for, right? Like, the money's always going to be nice, and in the VRS era, etc., it's always good to get, but you are absolutely looking at moving through to the EPL, of course. We do, of course, as we said, we've got OG up against Flux here. I think Flux are a decent side, actually. I think that there is maybe a world in which they could bring some competition, but OG, you just look at who they have, Trav, and it's like, there's so much experience here and still a lot of firepower as well, that they should be a pretty clear favourite in a matchup like this.
Yeah, and of course, a reminder for ECL this season, it's all open registration, and that is obviously made OG realise, we're not doing all too well at the moment. We kind of have to play these tournaments. We have to play and succeed, because kind of our only chance is to really force our way back up the rankings again. They played the EWC LCQ. It didn't really go all too well. They managed to get through to playoffs, obviously, but they lost the BC game. Maybe you could say it's understandable, but one of the maps was close, and they definitely had a little bit of something there. When you've got Cadian at the helm of this project, you expect it to be a project that eventually makes top 30, occasionally plays a couple of big events here and there, but at the moment the progress really is pretty little, and that's again just down to the fact that they just haven't really played a whole lot of games, right? You look at the EWC LCQ, obviously in that tournament they played a few poorly ranked teams who are just turning up for fun, basically, level 10 face-it squads almost. But if you just look at the numbers of the maps they play, sure, Flux haven't played that much on HLTV either, but you'd expect a team like OG to be playing so much more than they are if you look at the numbers on maps played.
Yeah, it is a little strange. It certainly is a little strange. I mean, one of the ways maybe they take a leaf out of the Monty book, right? The old VRS maxing, as we've maybe called it, that they will potentially try and play the right tournaments, play the right games and whatnot. But we'll see. We'll see how they sort of pan out. But yeah, there's not loads and loads and loads of Counter-Strike being played at the moment. And then just like huge gaps and moves. But it's a very odd project, to be honest. Like, again, such a storied team, such experienced players, as I say, but they just don't really impress. I think since we've moved out of like the partner system, they seem to really lean on that quite a lot to get themselves out there, to get themselves in big tournaments and whatnot. Since then, they've just kind of been riding the wave and, you know, playing where they can. And maybe now there is a little bit of, as you say, like the organization getting behind them. And it's like, yo, we got to pull our fingers out. We got to do something here. We're slipping in a big way. And there might be talk of OG potentially pulling out, which is maybe not something that they want to do, you would imagine. You know, the famous Vladdy is, of course, moved on from this project.
True.
Haven't been there for a long time. You know, those are little things that are like, maybe they don't quite have the fundage, or maybe, you know, you don't know, but it does start the questions of conjecture in places around whether there's going to be a few more moves. They also Killer Zoo, right, who I believe is their assistant coach for a long time, their analyst, he's also moved on, if I'm not mistaken. So all this kind of stuff does make you question what OG's intentions are in the near future.
Absolutely, and I believe we're going to be getting into game relatively soon as well. Just a note on Flux, because we haven't really spoken about them a hell of a lot. Of course, they had housed a pretty decent Tier 2, Tier 3 EU team that had Soulfly and Banjo on it. Of course, then Soulfly went to Aurora for a while, Banjo then moved to Focus. This is a whole different project for them, going back to their roots and going full Turkey. And if there's one player to keep an eye on in this full Turkish team, it would be Quality. That name isn't necessarily a lie. As we get underway here.
Yes, Counter-Strike starting pretty much on time, so we'll take that. We will take that. Credit to some of those more experienced names, probably straight in here, ready to go. Cadian's just moved away from tunnels at the worst possible time, by the way, just as they were coming around that corner, but he's baited them in. He looks pretty strong as he finds himself a triple kill in from Closet there, and the rest of the work done by the rest of the team. But that was pretty nice from Cadian, despite being caught off.
Yeah, they managed to hold on in the end. The dualies do the work, as they so often do on the B-bomb site. And look, Flux, as you say, they are, you know, they've been plying their trade around the scene a little bit, playing some of these lower tier teams, playing the ESL Challenger Leagues. They've played some of the, you know, the ESEA leagues as well to really try and force their way back up the rankings. Thing is, there's still a massive quality difference on the server, and that is no pun with Quality's username, his alias. Like, he's excellent from what we've seen at that lower level, but when it comes to what OG, even though they haven't played that much, have been able to show against much better teams and more known teams, there is a big difference here. And look, we can say all we want about the likes of Cadian and Body. These players have been around for a very, very long time, but the star player is Adam B. I'm expecting a really good game out of him today.
Yeah, just never really found his feet in that sort of tier 1 scene, but I think certainly punches a little bit higher than this level for sure. Difficult to say what the, you know, kind of reasoning was, I suppose, as to why he didn't quite get plucked up when Metasport were on their hot streak. Nice finds from Spook in the end, as I talk over the triple kill. Sorry. But, you know, OG just really quite an interesting project. I think it does scratch that itch. But it's ultimately a very, very clean one, as you would expect, with just that scout brought up. Very, very common on Dust 2. We'll see the scout again in this round, I'm sure. As a lot of Warpers like to just double buy on that scout. But this is kind of what we're talking about. Not a lot of utility out. They've opted to go heavy on the AKs here, Trav.
Yeah, purely looking for the fights out long, you'd imagine. Already we're sending in a couple of players. The Body will fall back off of that straight away. Yeah, I mean, the project for OG, if you're to keep Cadian in-game leading AWPing, which is totally understandable, I think that he needs to be the helm of the project and needs to have players around him that buy into his way of thinking about the game. I would say you keep Adam B and you keep Spook, and maybe you keep Body too, for that extra bit of experience. I do wonder how long Time Capsule will last. I mean, it didn't last that long in some of the previous projects either, so Love to see how that goes in time, but that's a big nade onto the long players. Doesn't do huge amounts of damage, but Cadian on that off angle, trying to beat him CT, doesn't really work for him, and Adam B gets deleted too, so they're going to need that body FAMAS, they're going to need the MP7 of Spook to be able to do something, but we've got a 4v3 here, have the Turks.
Oh, Zemix. Really embarrassing himself there. Will be the bomb plant, will be OG to maybe consider things here. They do have plenty of cash, so I'm not totally against a little bit of a look here. We obviously know there's a lot of chunks taken out of Fire Flux, but all unconfirmed damage. So we're kind of on the active exits here for OG. And if it develops into a save, it develops into a save. But pretty nice from Fire Flux. A great answer from them. And good to get on the board early, I think, is the very important thing here. Just to prove that they can, I think. It's all going to be about the belief. It's all going to be about the degree of momentum against OG on this particular map, but also in this particular series. They just really do have to prove that they can get the rounds done, they can shoot back, etc. And I think one of the strong things, as is expected from a Turkish team, from a national team, all about that coordination, all about just being able to make decisions ever so slightly faster than OG, who are probably still walking through getting used to each other and adjusting to the online games, etc. And of course, the Cadian style, which I think is pretty vocal, pretty hands-on.
Yeah, it does worry me, like, the direction for OG, because I like this team. When it was put together, I was like, okay, I think this makes top 50, top 30, eventually, maybe by the end of the year. But focus has been very slow to begin with. But look, I'll give them time, and then maybe they will be making more changes to try and figure out how it goes in the future. Oh, the hold from Body with the FAMAS on long is really nice. We didn't expect that one, maybe thought he'd be traded a bit quicker. But just like that, Fire Flux go for a bit more aggressive play. And the FAMAS holds on really nicely. Spook in middle was a bit more aggressive as well, and Cadian was there with him to keep off of his contact. And in the end, that forced him into long, and forced him, so he took down Adam B straight into the body.
Cadian here on the AWP for the first time. Looking to get super aggressive with this. Liking the idea, as he is forward-facing. Big pioneer of this style, I suppose. You know, the CT aggression. But nothing presenting so far. Fireflux looking for an answer back if they can. And certainly a little easier said than done at this point. They're looking quite nervous. Really far back default. Not a lot of control here. And they're up against like a really, really healthy CT buy, so got to have a plan for how they close out this round, where they're going to finish things. They do have just about enough utility, I would have thought, for short, maybe, as, you know, a keep it simple type strategy, and, well, it seems the CT's reading into that also.
Giving it a bit more of a shift back into tunnels now. We're going to go for a B play. Right now, that would be the correct call, but OG are already in the process of looking for information. So, even though the rotation might not be quick enough, if Prime Tap's going to do big damage, then that could be an issue. Still Spook in the corner near the car. Eventually, they'll get run down, though, and that will be a 2 for 2. Low HP, though. This will be a B retake that will be possible for OG.
Yeah, potentially. Gonna give it a look. A lot of chunks taken out. Just gotta try and move fast and gather some information. I think taking a lot of time clearing out mid, going via lower tunnels, so not gonna have loads and loads of time to get on this bomb, really. Quality just needs to maybe take one, slow them down. He's playing this really rather safe. He can hear them coming, though. Great find from him. And with that, they're just locked out. They really didn't give themselves enough time there, I think, to have a lot of clearing around middle and around the doors. And it slowed them down in a pretty massive way, so active exits once again. Down to the bomb goes Body. He was trying to take Zaruki out with him, but it didn't quite work. Nonetheless, Fireflux with a nice find.
Yeah, they managed to brawl their way back in nicely, right? Considering Spook got both. It's a big deal, and I think Body knows at the sort of early stage of the game, just limiting their money is probably the right call. That's what he tries to do. But not much after that. We've lost Eternal, but only very briefly. Put him back in straight away. And yeah, I think for OG, over the course of this game, when PrimeTaps is playing those sort of positions, sure, his damage was significant that he did to help Spook from Car. But, yeah, I think we just need to see a little bit better out of him today. Just looking back through the games that PrimeTaps has played for this roster, obviously, he's a player that has played a little bit around the scene. Played with Sangal briefly. He's currently on loan from Sangal to OG. Played with BCG for a little bit, and there was some funny clips of him and Simple playing together that arose, of course. Kind of been a bit in and out in his career, has PrimeTaps, and on this particular OG roster, I'm afraid the numbers aren't too impressive, so we need to see that change, otherwise he could be on his way out and maybe sent back to Sangal. It's not meant to be the star player, it's meant to be Spook, Adam B, and Body. That core really are meant to be the main three rifling fraggers, but yeah, can't have an excuse of it. 0.89 on average, I'm afraid.
It is true. It is very, very true. Back into another round here. Fire Flux. Obviously waiting to get things going again, but also taking some time, which probably feels good. Just to try and upswing that momentum as much as they possibly can here. Looking for some kind of a response, I think, from OG is what they're waiting for. It's slightly more forward than the previous round, but still not too giddy just yet, as you would expect out of a Dust 2 T side. OG with a really great sense of timing in a lot of these utility moments. That one's tough. I think maybe expecting a bit more help on the fight there with Spook. He does so much damage, but it's split between two players. Not going to be the kill. Great little catch here in towards Long as well. 5 on 3. Immediate move to save for the rest of that CT side. Fireflux have done well. Some simple moves, just late enough in the round that everyone was getting kind of restless and looking for fights. So, really well found from them.
Yeah, and I think a map like Dust 2 as well, it is very easy to keep it simple, and the simplicity be effective, right? I think that's the main thing. One of the things we didn't really have a chance to really talk quite a lot about was the veto as such. OG, it's a map they do play, and it play relatively well. In fact, they've won 5 in a row on the map, but 2 of them being against a much lower tier team in the EWC LCQ, and one of them being against that private tier UK squad in this very tournament. So, sure, beginning of the year, Bounty, they beat Spirit 13-11, but seemingly when it's the first event of the season, when it's an online stage of a tournament, it's prime and ripe for any upset. So, while it's a great win in any setting to beat Spirit on D2, it's still not really a result you can take with a huge amount of weight. I would favour OG more from what I've seen from them on maps like Inferno recently, which they have picked. Mirage is a decider if we do need it. Fireflux have played quite a bit of D2 with this particular lineup. It's a bit more on and off for them, mostly playing ESEA advanced level teams. So we'll see how that goes in the future. Quick take toward Long for Fireflux this time though, and even though it's not a full purchase for OG here, with a bit of a save coming through with those 3 saved weapons, it's going very badly for Fireflux. All 3 players they've thrown out Long and taken down already. Cadian's a bit stuck, but still in a good position to do damage. The nade will chip them out down ever further. Oh, Adam B's missed his jump. Hang on, it's still winnable.
Yeah, there's definitely something on the cards here. Body will hear and confirm and find a kill. So, you talked it up, but I think it might just have petered out quite quickly. A bomb plant, not going to be bad, but even that, feeling a little less than likely. That's a clean find though. Zemic's now on for the ace is really all he's got to do. And with that kill, he's kind of put the fear into them. Body is supported by an AWP, but not the most aggressive weaponry, of course. So, going to have to allow that bomb to go down. Flash comes over. Not that great. He's able to reposition and get ready for this, but the AWP takes him. Needed that instant headshot. Not going to happen. They will just about get it done, but it ends up being a lot more costly and some money made off that bomb plant as well. So maybe the best of a bad situation for Fireflux.
Yeah, in that situation, like, those are mistakes that OG have made there that would absolutely cost them against a better team, I think, right? Like, I think they wouldn't be pushing... I say they wouldn't cost them against a better team. I don't think they'd also make those moves against a better team. I don't think KD would be pushing up middle like that when they've got a 5v2, whatever it is, out already very early on in the round. See it come through here on the replay. This is the push from KD. I don't think he'd be pushing up. I don't think NMB would be trying to push with him then. And it means you're locking in the 5v2 and there's pretty much no way there's any way back into the round or any chance of even a bomb plant at all. So, yeah, I think a little bit overzealous there from OG, slightly, but I'll forgive them. Won the round in the end. No Cadian again, though.
Yeah. Having a shaky few rounds. Adam B as well, yet to frag.
Which is a shame, because he's my...
Indeed.
He's a star of
One
OG
to watch.
for me. Yeah.
Yep. So goes the caster curse, I believe they call it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Kind of hilarious. Quality will take it. He's left very, very low. Maybe know about body. I'm not sure if he was spamming away there. He was a little buggy for a moment. He went red like he was taking damage, but of course he's not taking any. Yeah, so that was a bit confusing. I've noticed that a bit more, actually. It seems to be like a new spectator bug. So you kind of have to fight your instincts on it ever so slightly. Either way, we are 5-on-3. We are on the cards for a B hit. I think they're ready for it, so they're going to be in the right place. It's just a question of whether they can deliver Molotov to take a few more bits out of this T side. Splits them up, slows them down. Makes those spray downs nice and simple. Zaruki blind as a bat. They don't go in for a big swing, though. They are just waiting for Body, who is on this perfectly timed flank. And he was there if they needed him. He would have absolutely secured that round. But it's the front defense of Prime Taps that does well.
Yeah, fair play. That was another good B hold. We've seen one go awry so far, but invariably the others have been totally fine. I think the reason why Body may have turned red there is, like, there is a difference between spectator and what actually happens in game sometimes, if you know what I mean. Like a client side and server side. I reckon, like, a random stray bullet might have hit Body, but not actually, you know? Like, or from the view we see, it may have hit him through the door, but it didn't actually when the actual round plays out, client side. And, yeah, maybe that's why, but still. That is only a little bit of a goofy thing, like you say. What isn't goofy is the way Body, in the end, closed that round. He's up to 10-1 so far. Good tag on Eternal. This is the eco for Fireflux, and OG are about to get control of this map for sure.
Well held here. Won't be any trouble to close this one out. Looking to make it flawless. Looking to make it damageless, perhaps. Alright. A little dangerous, but everybody will survive in the end. The Julies to finish it off. OG starting to stretch ahead here. There is kind of this grace period that we maybe give an overdog team. Especially one like OG that are probably just really keenly working on their own game, not doing loads of that direct preparation, etc. But it does seem like they are playing pretty well here and starting to get that download, as we like to say. So, yeah, some key rounds on the cards for Fireflux to stay in contention of their own map pick.
NMB is also off the mark. If he can get a few more here as well. Peeking with Spook on long. Yeah, Fireflux are very aware of that that setup is. But this little smoke here on the corner of pit allows Spook to hop up off the edge of that pit position and try and fight more. And the Adam does go down. He did do some big damage. Spook is activated off the back of that. They've got Cadian in to support that position. And Sizix, or Sizz, I'm not sure how we're going to try and say that one over the course of the game, but either way, doesn't matter because he's dead.
Yeah, looking good on the replays here. Kind of a messy one, heavily in favour of OG. And very, very quickly starting to worry me now, Trav. I think Flux, they were slightly competitive. It was good to see them pick up an early rifle round. Oh my goodness. But now OG have perhaps woken up, starting to take over. Even with the lack of an Adam B here, the rest of the team seems to be picking up that slack. Couple of farmers here. Cadian is one of them. 3k from him makes it look far too easy. And now down to just 2 for the Turkish squad. They are on that weaker weaponry. Of course, tag for tag. Cadian's got the biggest stick in this particular fight. So it does a lot more damage there.
It's a competition between two puppies of who's got the biggest stick to bring home to its owner. I think Cadian's got the biggest stick, that's for sure. Adam B on the line. That's an easy second kill in the game for him, and Zaruki is left all alone with his scout. It's only the half buy in this round for Flux. They're buying in the final round of the half, and it's an immediate headshot from Spook. Looking for 9 on CT here, ROG. Nice confident moves from Cadian. I know it's a lower buy, but it's the kind of things you want to see him do.
Sure.
And he won't be put off, right, Scriv? Like, he'll do that sort of move in a game like this. He'll also do that against better teams too. You know
well, this is the thing, and I mean, are those kinds of days behind them a little, I suppose, is the question that we're asking. What are we looking at here? We're looking at a major contention team. I think Cadian is a very interesting case. And I think, you know, you could make a wonderful documentary about this guy, maybe once he retires kind of thing.
Yeah.
And where it sort of all started to slip away.
That 5 video is you wouldn't call it a documentary, but you'd call it a summary, maybe.
Oh sure,
yeah,
he does have one, yeah.
Yeah.
I've not watched it myself, but yeah, and I mean, like, you know, you maybe break it down with him if we could, if we had all the dream parameters of making a video like that, but you know, obviously a major final and then a slow sort of decline, but then all of a sudden, you know what I mean, like just after Liquid it didn't go well there, and then just like no real offers after really redefining the game during like the COVID era a little bit.
I know, yeah. As people, as I say, the streets won't forget the Cadian heroic era. Like that was where he had all of his success, all of his trophies. Of course, Astralis went horribly, and I don't even want to blame him for that because of just the situation he was in with that particular roster. And yeah, I think OG is probably the main team that, you know, kind of one of the last organizations left, which made total sense for him to go to, because they needed an AWP, they needed an in-game leader, and guess what? Cadian's both. So it's like the last call in maybe Cadian's career in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, that might also be one of the key things. Cadian is of a dying art in that, you know, he maybe AWP'd and IGL'd because he had to when he was like first starting a little bit, and it just sort of stuck, but like not really a thing anymore, you know? Like trying to do both of those roles in such a high octane game that we have these days.
Only really James, right?
How effective the rifles are. And you see how that is. I mean, the James style is because it's such a heavy buy. Maybe it's the same with Cadian, to be fair. Like, there is a lot of buy in there. More so to the personality, maybe, from what we know, rather than the style of in-game leading. I don't know. It's hard to say. But, yeah, very interesting kind of case. I think there's some deep dives you can do. And then some questions that you could get answered by him would be really nice, hopefully, when he hangs up the mouse, so to say.
To be fair, he's always been very open in his career, Cadian, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
He's always... he'll be willing to sit in front of a camera and talk about how things have gone for him. I know that. So that's what we kind of respect for players like this who've been around for a very, very long time, who put their heart and soul into the game, whether it's to massive success or not. Unfortunately, it does seem like that one chance Cadian had in his career was that Rio Major final, right? That, funnily enough, Jane was on the other side of, and Jane bested him. So there you go. It was like the last... It's almost poetic in a way. It was the last huge battle between AWPA in-game leaders. And I know he's still got Fallen, but that's ending at the end of the season, so with him retiring. So, you know, it's, as you say, a dying art indeed. Anyway, I would like to assume that it was Eternal who had a bit of an issue in that tech pause, because he's going 1-10 and he hadn't bought up, but he's back now, and he's in the server, and he's ready to go in the final round of the half, but Spook's not. He's been removed by Zaruki, and there's a second kill for Eternal, looking for another one, and he's going to be able to get it. There we go.
Yeah, maybe a bit of something brewing here, I would say. But we do still have Body, who has been having a life game so far. He's the only one left. He needs to ace up here. He definitely believes that he can do this with the way that he's been playing, but I don't think he's ready to play a top mid. Yeah, that's unlucky. Mechanically, I think he was definitely hot and on it, but not going to happen. 8-4 at the turn of the half. I think OG will certainly be happy with that, but at the very least, slightly saved by Flux. Will it be enough? We'll find out in a few. Welcome back in. It may well be a swift second half here. We're going to have to find out. I mean, the pistol round on an 8-4 scoreline is always so very important. Generally can be, but I think in a situation like this and the way that Flux just got one in towards the end, just to feel like they are still in the game. May well give them some confidence coming into this pistol. May well give them that, okay, let's go fresh slate, you know, new look into the second half. We can do it, guys. But OG, and in particular, some of their individuals, as you look down the left-hand side of your screen there, just absolutely farming them. And I think moving on to a T side, that situation could get a little worse. You could have Body just flying in, doing his own thing, and killing everybody. So we'll see how this pistol goes. Going to direct this second half pretty heavily, I think. Are we going to be over quick? Or do Flux have the ability to close this gap? We'll find out.
Yes, sir. You know Flux do enjoy a bit of D2, but CT side is a bit of a change-up. That is a nice little move there from Zaruki, because he doesn't just get that kill, he also falls back into the smoke, whether that's by luck or by judgment. It kind of blocks the smoke a little bit and means there's a gap on the right of it, and it kind of has meant that OG don't want to cross. And unfortunately, because they don't want to cross, now all of Flux are currently in a very good position to fight for this one very aggressively. Cadian set up with a P250 though, and big damage is being done. Quality will go down to Adam B, but it's back into a 3v3. And Daruki doesn't need to go giga aggressive because he's got that smoke kit.
Yeah, not quite yet. Not necessarily dedicating the bomb. Not rushing things. They've got plenty of time. It's a big find there from Cadian. There is the boost up, which is kind of hilarious as the smoke goes down, but nobody was looking at them. Getting away with an awful lot here. They will now be spotted, and Cadian strikes from behind. Easily finished off. Nice bit of damage from Prime Taps to make it happen. Cadian comes in with the 4-piece. OG moving up to 9 in very, very good time here, Trav. So, yeah, it's pretty scary for Flux to not even leave all that much of themselves in that round, to be honest.
Sometimes you can't get by or do better than a P250 Sand Dune. And Cadian proves it there. Full eco for Flux, as you said. OG with a chance to get to double digits and a chance to get D2 done and dusted relatively quickly here. I think, like our phones in the UK yesterday, the alarm bells will be ringing.
Yes. Reference game for any UK homies out there. Not one of those government alerts. Didn't even know it was coming. Didn't even know it was coming. I feel like we've had a few, but there'll be like a little poke of like, there'll be an alert at some point today, guys. Just be
exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
And it just came out of nowhere. And basically told
us
not to have any barbecues outside.
Basically, UK alert, it's hot. Yeah.
Which is crazy. You know what cooked when the UK were getting wildfire warnings.
I know.
That's kind of insane.
I was minding my own business playing Balatro on my phone, right? And I'm about to use a bloody tarot card. I'm trying to drag it across the screen, and then my phone blares like we've got some kind of war going on in the UK all of a sudden. And yeah, it was scary. It made my heart jump. I will definitely say that.
Did you use the tarot card on the wrong card?
Well, it froze.
It froze the Balatro.
It froze my phone for half a second, so I couldn't use the. I couldn't use the. I think the tarot card went back into the inventory in the top right, so it didn't actually get used, thankfully. So I could create another. That would have been annoying. Without, yeah, can't have creating a 7 by accident. We've got to create a king or a queen. Anyway, our UK drought conversation will be put on ice for now. Need a bit of that, maybe. OG will try and force our way to the B bomb site here, I think.
Yeah. Quite quickly as well. Straight into the AWP, so going to have to be pretty effective with the utility. Not going too early. Prime Taps, oh, he nearly gets punished for that. We'll get a quick trade out, and the AWP, unfortunately, is not delivered. Ruki continues having a pretty rough game down there. They will overwhelm that B bomb site. They will cut off one of the rotators as well, so that is absolutely the round, and the game's starting to unravel with it. You know, a flat B burst like that, finding great success the first time they use it, kind of ridiculous. You know, like, you want it to be more costly. You want it to be harder for them to break into your infamously difficult bomb site. but that was a breeze. So,
yeah,
really quite worrying sort of sign there.
And don't get me wrong, OG, like, they're not all that, right? I mean, the game they lost in this particular cup of ESL Challenger League, in Cup 3, and what we've got, like, 14 cups over the course of the end of the year. OG know they absolutely, desperately need that regional final and need a Pro League. Some big event to look forward to. But even this one wasn't plain sailing, right? There's a reason they were in that in this lower bracket final, because they lost to a team called BAKS, B-A-K-S, a team which plays local Russian lands usually. And they got beat relatively convincingly, 13-6, 13-11. That's the team that's got Norvi and Ganists on the team as well. Extinicera, some names that some of you may know from older rosters they used to be on. So yeah, so a couple of known names and a known core, but to lose 2-0 to that team is just massive concern.
Just to creep forward to on the contact AWP. Again, looking to move pretty fast. Confident peek from Spook. He does get taken down. The AWP can't follow up and is now under threat a little himself. They will try and hold off here against the onslaught of CTs that come through. And they have done well. It's actually worked out in their favour quite nicely. Man advantage, big damage on quality.
Yeah,
should be able to just wrap it up.
Yeah, it's these sort of games as well where I think, you know, there's some rating farming going on here. Cadian and Body, for sure. They're having a whale of a time right now. 18-3 and 19-5. Keep an eye on that. That could be one of their top 5 highest ranked maps ever if we go a little bit longer into this game, maybe. Well, to be fair, even short, if they keep it really short, it maybe will be a better rating. Quality is having to run away on 4 HP to save his M4. And even though, as I said, they've had some of the longest careers we've still got in the game, really. I mean, just as an example, I always look at when Cash is added to the pool, who will have played it on 2 teams whenever I've casted it. You don't get many players who's actually played it and was a professional in 2019 anymore, at this sort of like tier 2, tier 3 level. Aiding the Body, of course, definitely so, but no one else. So, yeah. Another headshot for Body to add to his tally. 19 and him and 19 for Cadian. They're going 38 and 8 combined.
Terrorists win.
Kind of insane stats. Let them sit for a minute. Yeah. This is maybe what I expected, though. I think that OG, their players, just on another level, really. Flux, we're going to be leaning on that coordination, on that team play, which actually hasn't looked fantastic. I think they've been really frazzled by the individual power of OG and just getting overwhelmed in a lot of different places. It's kind of wild, to be honest. Body to spam through and find the first. That's just a classic, isn't it? You know, you're already 12-4 down, and then he just kind of finds you at the first attempt. All 4 bullets landing really quite cleanly. So, a bomb site. Actually pretty well defended here from Flux. I think they might be in with a decent chance of holding on to it. Saruki with the AWP. Crouches away. He's missing shots like it's going out of style. In comes Quality. Only 1 for him. Not going to be enough, of course. Another player out towards long who I think was just holding to see if a flank was coming in. Adam B, to his credit, playing very, very well. Not moving a muscle until he feels like he absolutely has to. Quick dink onto Cadian. Doesn't quite do as much as normal, but still a lot. They will answer back with a couple. Zemix has cropped up out of nowhere. Adam B finds himself all alone, but he knows there's an AWP with his name on it. And he cannot get it done. I mean, I don't think he would have been able to stop them even with that AWP kill. And it will be Flux surviving for just another round.
Just about. There's a bit of the classic not being able to close the game at the first time of asking factor all over again, even though it's been a completely dominating map for OG. It's a good hold from Flux at the end, it has to be said. Quality hasn't had the best of games, and maybe he's not on Quality Street on D2, but look, he's playing well. In that round, getting 1 kill, staying alive for a little bit longer, did go down in the end, but being his one to set up his teammates to frag further.
a bit angry. Nice find in the beginning from Adam B. And that might just be enough for them to work with, to be honest. Trav, you get that first kill. No real drama, and just squeeze out the rest of the round if you can. Is that smoke good enough? Is it going to stop them? It's a confident walkthrough. Quality gets one. Maybe needed to drop back after the one kill. Stuck around a little too long. The damage is good. A great smoke on site as well from the CT side to just give them something more to work around, be a nuisance. And we're back down to the 3 versus 3.
And we'll look to walk out middle, and what that does is, I think he's read and understands what's going on here. As long as he doesn't get caught in the back, and there's not a player that's gone all the way round, and maybe we'll flank him from long. I think he's very aware that he's got all 3 players on the A side of the map. Easy kill, B bomb site open. He's locking everything off right now as Cadian, knowing that his teammates can just clear B. Make sure to be a bit diligent about it because they're not 100% sure that it's open. But as you can see, Sizix is trying to force his way back in and trying to make a play, but Cadian's right next to him. He's gotten through, but Cadian now, with that smoke fading, needs to be worried about Zaruki's double AWP retake, by the way, which makes it very difficult. I think we know what's going to be happening here. Sizix is in the open. As soon as he goes for a fight on Cadian, even if he got the kill, he would have been traded by one of those 2 B players. Cadian will close 22-6 for Cadian, 21-5 for Body. That is the OG we needed to see on map 1.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun with it as well, you know. I think very, very discombobulating for Flux. As I said, in the early rounds, on their T side, it seemed like they did have some ideas, some structure, but that just kind of went out the window. We didn't see a lot of executes from them. We didn't see a lot of attempts, you know, at least with healthy players. They would try and go for these like micro peaks and looking for 1 or 2 early openers within their proceedings. Maybe not in the round itself, but, you know, when they would try and make a move, they're trying to take fights, which I don't think is what we were looking for them to do. The style that they would approach things with, it needed to be a more complete game, and it just wasn't. It was trying to contest. It was trying to find some heads, and they weren't having success with that. They didn't necessarily take a step back, reassess, and try and figure out how to get back in, Trav. So, yeah, a little bit disappointed from Flux in the end.
Yeah, indeed, and I think I'll be checking the numbers when the map is over to see like where Cadian and Body's rating is on that game compared to the entirety of their career, because Cadian's played almost 2,000 maps on HLTV. Body has played over 2,000 maps on HLTV, so if that's a top 5 game from either of them, that'll be interesting to note. Anyway, we will note that when we go into the beginning of map 2 after the break.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Welcome back. We are here on Inferno for map 2 of OG versus Flux. I did say to you guys that I'd be keeping an eye on maybe some results and some maps that had come through on the ratings to see where Body and Cadian's map kind of rated in their careers. For Body, it was a 1.84, and for Cadian, it's a 1.77. So it actually wasn't as high as I thought whatsoever. It's probably because in general, it was a relatively easy game, and there was no like big clutches, which really affected the round swing that much. But if you do look at those HLTV scoreboards, Harvey, it is a funny read. You've got Spook bottom of the scoreboard on a 0.98 going 15 and 11, and both Prime Taps and Adam B going 7 to 5 and 7 to 8 with a higher rating. It's a funny look.
It is a very funny look. Not quite sure what to make of it in a way, but yeah, there's a lot of numbers in there that I think make a lot of sense, and yeah, you just gotta really have watched the game to know where they come from. We're just touching on the map VO here. We sort of move quite quickly into things in the pre-show, so maybe if you are curious as to what it is, it's often in the places where you can normally find it. As you can tell from the fly-through here as well, we got Inferno as the second map. But one of the key things to consider is who's picking what. Flux, of course, picking out Dust 2 and losing on it. So not looking too good for the rest of this series here and the rest of their lifeline. It is, of course, the decider match, so there's no second chances after this one. You've got to win this here, and unfortunately, if they're not, then they will indeed be checking out of this particular cup. There's plenty going on. Pretty scary group, I think, for Flux to come into. You've got this Bax team who are kind of surprising a lot of people. They've got a couple of well-known names there. They did take down OG. Privateer as well. A little bit of a scary UK dominant team that might be a challenge to face off against. It wasn't for Flux actually, but you know, in terms of the way that the group is, they've got some of the harder teams to deal with. So yeah, it's been a difficult cup to say the least. But as we say, there's so many of them going. I believe Flux were in the last one, if not the first as well. So I think they're really, really looking to focus in on the ECL Cups and therefore try and get their spot at that regional final eventually, right? Surely if you try 14 times, you should be able to get at least one spot, but we'll find out.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's going to be a really interesting regional final because I think we're going to have a big, like, eclectic mix of lower ranked teams and teams that need to make Pro League because they've got name value, right? I mean, already in the first two cups, it was Fnatic, which beat Hotu in the final of the first one to get through to the regional final. And the second winner was Bushido Wildcats, another Turkish team. So we've got another Turkish team, Flux here, looking to try and follow in their footsteps somewhat. But yeah, for a team like OG, you're playing this level of opposition. If they don't make any regional final, if they don't continue to go through the open registration and continue to play these ECL Cups, if they don't make the regional final, if they don't make Pro League, in which there's only one place available, I still think it's a big, big worry for them. Now, I understand Fnatic probably would be at the 3 there already, at the 2 there already, sorry. Like, Fnatic are going to be one of the favourites, I think, when we get toward the end of the regional final. But yeah, like, it's one of those events that I said, teams like a Fnatic, teams like an OG, who've been higher ranked in previous years with different teams in Counter-Strike, they just need to make big lands. It's as simple as that. And a player that, of course, is very familiar with big lands is Cadian. We've been speaking about him quite a lot. I think rightly so, because he's always been sort of the main character. That's what people have always referred to him as, really. I don't think it's unfair either. And look, as I said, I refuse to believe that a Cadian-led team, maybe 1 or 2 improved pieces around it, Scriv, in the next 5 months or so, can't be back in the top 40 when they're currently 80th right now.
Yeah, it is very true. It is very true. I think they're probably not very happy with where their placing is. So, yeah, we might see them taking part in a lot more of these kind of tier 2 events and whatnot. I think some nod wins in there, or maybe you do just try and indeed VRS max and play as many lands as you possibly can and hopefully win out on some of them. Yeah. We are about to go in a busy period for that. kind of a rough time, I think, for like teams in that tier 2 trying to get into 1.5, trying to even knock on the door of the odd event. It can be very, very rough because you find yourself slipping and slipping because there's just not quite as many of those mid-level tournaments to be taking part in post-player break, but hopefully into the near future there's quite a few going on. I think we are just waiting to get the game started here, folks, so you know, make sure you're sticking with it. Shouldn't be too much longer before we get there, but yeah, a lot of qualifiers coming up and things, so I think it should be a pretty good time for OG to get warm, and maybe a few cups like this, a very good place for them to do that going into some pretty important qualifiers for sure. Could definitely see them making those Beijing qualifiers and whatnot, maybe the Fisher qualifiers question mark, but yeah, either way, we'll see what OG are all about in the near future, I'm sure.
That is one of the main things that you're talking about, like the VRS maxing. That's what most teams have the budget trying to do, of course, because a lot of these local lands are open registration. Some of them, of course, are VRS, but the ones that are open registration, invariably you do need to pay for your own travel and pay for your own hotel and pay the fee to even enter the tournament as well. Like lots of those local Portuguese ones, like BC and Masters Championship and Roman Imperium will have an entry fee. I think even Draculan has an entry fee as well. So yeah, with OG having org support, that's one thing they'll always be able to do, is sign up for those and get the odd win here and there to at least stay relevant in the VRS. But they need to win one proper to really break in and start to, you know, push themselves up that ranking significantly. If you look at back through the results they've gone through, they came second at one of the Roman Imperium Cups. They won a Draculan, but we're talking September last year. This year, it's only that second place in Roman Imperium that they've really been able to do anything with. And every other tournament they've played, we're looking at very few online events. We only had one CCT, one Thunderpick online tournament. They've all just not really gone too well for them. They haven't really gone too deep. Thunderpick, they placed 3rd to 4th. They probably should have won that one for me. Obviously, Bounty was all right. They took that map off of Spirit and probably should have beaten them because it went to a very deep, 3rd map in overtime. But still, it's as we've said, they just need results from somewhere, and if it has to come from online, which they're playing now, of course, eventually try and make Pro League, then so be it. For now, we're going into Inferno, and that will be the focus for both OG and Flux coming in here.
Zizix nearly losing his head to kick us off. Rackets control nice. Coming in. Yeah, never nice. It is pretty, because you kind of just feel like you're out of the round. But then when you get like 2 or 3 kills on 3 HP, it does make you feel a bit invincible. They're definitely going to be after him here. There you go. See, he manages to get one. Not anything else. And it's a really weird take here to deal with. The pathing from the T side, I think, very confusing as to what they're doing, and is everyone coming from long, etc. They maybe give up a bit too much space in the early round there, and it does come back to bite them. I think this should be pretty much a done deal. Adam was kind of nervous there, and fear does get the better of him. All going to be down to Eternal with these dualies. Definitely can turn things on its head. The bomb as well on the site. Got to get that back, but Body is the first one in and the first one out, as it will be OG to take the pistol.
Starting as they mean to go on. I want to try and get this map and series 1 2-0 as quickly as possible. No, they do likely have a game to come later on tonight. If they do win, I believe they're on the Lavked side of the bracket, and players that, of course, we're pretty familiar with. So, want to be fresh for that one.
Pretty scary buy on the other side of this trap. I'm going to keep an eye on this. The MP9s can be difficult to deal with. Oh, and Zaruki with a well-timed smoke there, just going to push them back. OG nervous. The Inferno force buy can be pretty formidable. Are they stacking A? Are they playing aggressive around brackets? You know, and all this kind of nervousness can get the better of you on the OG side of things. So, we'll see what they opt to do here.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous, obviously, on that Black Inferno, like we said. It's just always one you have to keep your wits about you on. I've got long control of OG now with those smokes up, and they're going to try and wrap this A-bomb site again, and so far that's worked well for them 2 rounds in a row. Pistol and this one. Just need to make sure they get the 2 kills. There's a dink from the site, but hang on, there's plenty of dinks coming through, and this is awkward. Ruby on the site, they know he's here, looking to try and run him down. In the end, they do find him. Where is that bomb being retrieved? Just about nabbed away by KD with 10 seconds on the clock. And he can also upgrade his gun and fall back to plant safely in the corner. So a little bit of worry. I think it's okay now.
Yeah, looking good. Thinking about sticking around. Physics was maybe on the way out. Again, it's sort of this active exits idea. Another thing to really throw in, Trav, for this Fireflux team that would immediately sort of patch up. Just commit to the saves at times. I think they have had a few moments where they've not necessarily all walked away. Not as big of a deal this early on in the map and what they're saving into the next round, but it definitely feels like it's a little bit of a habit that they're still just looking for a few fights when they shouldn't be. So, yeah, really got to keep an eye on this.
That can happen with a team that's ever so slightly lower ranked, right? Like, sure, professional organisation, professional players who are, you know, rightly in this sort of top 150 in the VRS. Like, they're in a position where they can get invites to this level of tournament and, of course, go through the open registration and compete well. But more recently, they have come from playing those ESEA finals. I know it was 8 weeks ago, and then they started playing more ECL Cups, obviously, but those ESEA finals did go pretty well for them. In the end, they play second to Quasar, and Quasar aren't a terrible team. They've got some players that are coming up through the ranks on that squad too. So, yeah, they are an advanced / ECL level team, and they've never really been any higher. It's not like OG, who have had big tournaments, who've had players who've played at Tier 1 for years and years. That's why there's a discrepancy here, which is why OG really should be winning this entire cup, but it's all the way away, obviously. Spooky's going to try an entry into B, but in comes the 5-7, and when you go through a smoke, I don't care how good you are, you can have some problems.
Cadian leading the charge up here. It's just going to be another safe kind of move from Sizzix. Smoke comes in. They're immediately turning tail to go towards this B-bomb site. So not wasting any notion of time. Again, keeping things very, very simple on the OG side. Not sure that's what that flash was meant to do, but all the same, they are still going to try and move in here. Nice finds from the scout. 20 seconds left. I think I see them getting the bomb plant, but holding on to this site post-plant is going to be very, very challenging indeed. Low HP for prime taps. Cadian has to do most of the work here. That one USP player sticks out like a sore thumb and could be a very easy find. The scout goes flying in. Cadian, let's take another tag. Brings it down to the one-on-one. And he will get it done. Well held. Well found. Confident stuff from Cadian as he keeps a cool head.
Cadian in the clutch, once again adding on to his career-long tally in those sort of situations, going to recover the damage that was done. Quality does good work on that scout, getting 2 in the end, but the low HP going either which way, it always favoured Cadian, who could hold the angle, especially as maybe he was 2 bullets from death and his opponent was only 1. So, a bit of a techie here. Not too long, because we've seen tech pauses throughout this game, but be relatively quick. And players forget what they want to do and get things sorted. Hearing the ticks in chat, and then that's it. There you go. It's already figured out. So, OG with the clean sheet remaining intact, thanks to Cadian. Don't worry, the player you hear die at the beginning of every round, it will be Lambert, the coach for OG. Invisible, watching his players like a ghost.
Yeah, another weird bug that seems to have crept in.
Force him out of the round so he doesn't get any advantage.
Indeed.
I think that we have to use a plugin for it in ECL to allow coaches to even be in the server to begin with.
Yeah, it's a strange time for Counter-Strike spectator. Like client, I mean.
Yeah.
The person. The collective. I don't know. Either way. Nice find coming in from Spook to kick things off here. Post small break. Always good to be that team that's able to just regain control of things as quick as possible.
Good catch from Body. Quality's on that line, but maybe quality at that level he's been playing at. This is a slightly different quality of rifling core he's having to face today. Zig's in the corner. That's the bomb on the floor, but created immediately, you would imagine, by prime taps on the balcony, and there's the shot that's been hit. That matters. Eternal might be on the scene, but it might not be Eternal for too much longer. There you go.
Yeah, down he goes. OG moving up to a fourth round. Looking to keep stringing them together for as long as they possibly can here, Trav. And yeah, this feels like it might move very, very swiftly again. Got to be careful here on that Flux side. And I'd like to see a timeout, you know. Again, it's something that they didn't really incorporate too much of. And maybe try and find some early control. We see them in on the half by. Not a bad idea here, but they're just really playing on autopilot at the moment, and I don't think it's working for them at all.
Yeah, it's all very comfortable for OG at the moment, as we thought it might be and expect it to be fair. Anything but a 2-0 here for OG would be a massive disappointment. On the line, here's the Molly being tagged. Does get himself his one before Eternal takes him out, but already OG have sped up toward the A bomb site. They're going to take it. It's going to be round over. 5-0 will be confirmed. I'm sure the Lavked boys are watching this game with lots of interest at the moment, knowing that they could be the next team to face them. Either one of these two teams. Already got a couple of teams through to playoffs, like we've been saying. The teams that went through the winners match side of the bracket in their group. Inox Division, Backed, EAC and Lavked. Probably the four teams I'd expect that aren't OG. So we'll have to see how Lavked do against likely OG later on tonight. I think we'll be there for that one if OG win.
What do you think? OG go the whole way, or are they not quite that high up in your estimation?
They are the highest ranked team in the cup when it comes to VRS. I say that EAC are technically one place higher, and Inox Division are 10 places higher. But they're the highest ranked HLTV team in the cup. But yeah, I just think name value wise, I know name value doesn't carry you through to all victories. Mouse XT might not be too bad. I think EAC will cause teams issues, and we know that Venomman on Inox Division is a bit of a gamer. But yeah, I'm still taking OG either way.
Yeah, I like the look of them. I feel like it could be a good cup in that sense, in terms of closeness and whatnot. So yeah, hopefully it has a strong finish. X-Mana also in there. Might come through as a bit of a surprising underdog for a few people. First kill's gone the way of Eternal here. Zaruki in with the AWP on this corner. Yeah, fantastic placement. Really easy kill for him. 5 versus 3 in almost the blink of an eye, it feels. See what they're able to get from this point. Whether they can close it out, and they absolutely have to. 4 on 3 now. Ooh, first one does drop, though, and a great little contact flash coming in. That is perfect. Opens up a whole world of options. They're thinking about wrapping towards B, and that could work. Sizzix has been ordered to stick around that B bomb site, make sure not to oversell it, and he'll now start to have an idea that they are headed towards B as well. But his rotating teammates are miles away. He's going to take the face. It's brave. It's successful. He takes a tag on the way out. So yes, man advantage, but will it be short-lived? All coming in from Banana. It's a weird-looking retake here, Trav.
Yeah, they already used that smoke on Banana before Sizzix pushed through. So it does give OG a bit of room to maneuver at least. So 2v3, we know B-bomb site can be very easy to hold on to on Inferno. When Cadian's AWP is set up, maybe that'll make the big difference. Quality's going to try and make his way through now. Hop on the corner of the smoke, and Adam B doesn't really take a clean duel there at all. So it's going to be down to Cadian. He's 1-1 here on this site already. He's not going to be quick enough to find Zaruki. I think there's just enough time. Only just, but definitely. Those secondary beeps came through a millisecond after they jumped on that defuse, so I think they've just got it. Ooh. Yeah, really close. I went by the beeps there alone. And Flux will manage to get their first round on Inferno.
Yeah, very, very close. Very close indeed. They do well. They do very well to OG to nearly pull that one back. Key kill from Sizzix, I think. Very important that he tries to go for that face. You might feel 5-0 down. Don't die. Don't give up the sight, that sort of thing. You might play it a bit safer. But he took the swing. He played confidently. And he finds great success off the back of it. So, yeah, well played. Just in that little moment, it will be a timeout coming in from Flux to try and turn this into something. I guess they were waiting on some miracle to come their way before trying to lock back in. We'll see. It could still be too little too late. 1 round, thanks to some early pickups, really down to the wire. I mean, as close as it'll get on a defuse ever. And we'll see whether they are able to string it into a few more. It might not matter all that much if OG can just answer back here.
Might only be that flash in the pan for Flux. We shall find out. Quality from long. Incendiary will be deep enough to not get caught by that top mid smoke, at least. Still has managed to find an opening kill in Banana the last couple of rounds. That is something to work with. Body. To feel out that fight. Haven't had anything though for now.
Slow build up here in Banana. 85 seconds left on the clock. Looking to line up some nades. As is Zemix. Lovely. A lot of damage out of that one. Yeah, just a great touch. As soon as contact comes in, Eternal with an easy find. Maybe another as well. They've got to deal with him to get in. Zemix does go down quite easily. But it's Eternal who remains alive. He's lost track of that final player. There's surely not going to be enough time here. Swaps on as Cadian tries to keep the dream alive there, but not able to do so. OG stuck at the moment. Still have plenty of runway left to try and get themselves unstuck. But not in this round, you would say. See what they opt to do. Body is straight in there. Of course, he would be for the Hero AK. But Flux starting to slowly close the gap. Look a little better.
Yeah, I think Eternal deserves a lot of credit. And I'm not just talking about that round alone. I mean, that was a really nice quad kill from him. Up to 9 kills in the map for his team now. And, yeah, he's been the instigator on a lot of those banana fights. Deserves quite a lot of credit. Hang on, though. Here's the body AK. And there's quality going down. 3v3.
Yeah, this could get messy. Could get very messy indeed. Spook has been dropped there with the bomb. Nice little heads up move. And surely the orb is able to at least find one. Should be all good. His body left in the 1 versus 3. Trying to work his way in here to pick up a couple more if he can, but playing it quite safe. They know exactly where he's at. They've got that bomb at their feet. He gets caught reloading as well, as he's a little frustrated there, I think, to not get the fight onto the AWP the second time of asking. But big gap close coming in. Flux actually looking very good here.
Yeah, good little recovery. And fair play to Zaruki. It didn't look like he was going to stay alive there, but managed it. Body annoyed probably not to take him down at least, even if he did lose the round. Could have been a path in if he was able to find that, but reloading in the open meant that Zaruki felt confident enough to reface him. And that's what you've got to do if you're Flux in a game like this, when you're really the significant underdog. Just try and play a bit more aggressive and assertive, and make sure to tell OG you're not going to be flattened in this game. Probably the best little period we've seen from them so far. And of course, with Body going for that Hero AK in the previous round, the goal of that, of course, coming with just doing some damage to the economy. What you're doing there is basically saying, look, I'll buy here, try and keep us in with a chance of even winning the round at all, but it means I'm happy playing with a Tech 9 in the gun round. Oh my word. Bye-bye health.
Yes, that's certainly a good nade. However, they maybe get a little excited. Eternal smelling blood in the water, and it does cost him his life there as the AWP takes him down. So a nice early opener for OG. I think that's exactly what they needed, and they're able to drop back. They're able to keep things kind of freaky now, and able to work around potentially another moment, potentially in towards this A-bomb site, which has actually dropped a player. So I think this is probably going to be all she wrote, unless Zaruki can go crazy. Nearly thought he was going to get taken down there, but he does just get the jump on one. He's now all about buying time. And they are unsure, OG, of what is right around the corner. Is he the only player? How would they know? They do have good long control. Spook is moving out to try and be a lurking presence. Up firmly hiding away. Does hear that drop, of course. Could get the kill, but doesn't. Misses out. The bomb's still so unsure about dedicating towards the site itself. Quality traded quickly is very, very important there. No, don't go B. Oh, God.
In comes Xenix and Sizix. Okay, well, the kills could just be easy anyway, but hang on. There's that bomb. Yep, run away, but bro. Get away, Body. Get yourself back to that A-bomb site. That was a crazy kill to even consider going B there at that moment.
Yeah, I don't see why you don't pivot back. You got a guy in pit, like, just go away. What are you scared of? Very strange.
It's the sort of thing where we need to be in the team speak to know what was said and why they made that original decision. Thankfully, Kalian is going to hit that shot anyway. One of those CET rotators. But after that, it's yeah, it's all about making the correct decision in the moment. And in the end, Body was allowed the time to run back on A once they knew that Sizzix was the other rotator in the same position.
Comedy of errors in places, but it is OG to come out on top of it. They do look very good while doing so. Very, very happy to see what's happening here. A little bit of competition coming back round. It's still OG to hold on to a pretty hefty lead, though, thanks to their very strong start. They're just able to lean on that continually here. And Fire Flux feels like really having to work overtime to get any round on the board. Whereas OG, when they win one, there's some madness in there. There's a lot of plain sailing. However, Adam B asleep. Spook not really in a position to help him out. They also know about Spook, so I don't know what the hell's happened here in Banana. It's gotten away from them in a very strange manner. And a 5 versus 3 ensuing again for that CT side. A little more, in fact, as it's now just down to Prime Taps and Body.
Yeah, they've gotten more of a handlehold in the game than they did in map 1. Her Fire Flux, that's for sure. Perhaps just looking around for an upgrade, and there we go. We'll eventually spot the AK on the floor. Quality on the line, close middle, with plenty of support with Zaruki as well. Should be no problem. Perhaps we'll get 1, but staying alive for any longer is impossible. The gap has been closed to 2, and it should technically be closed to 1 again as well, with the money on OG going up and down at the moment. So pretty even half will be Fireflux's goal, and they might just be getting it.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see if they can kind of keep it going. I do fear for them moving into that T side, though. I just think that OG, again, are going to be kind of relentless and play a very effective game. Just flick there up onto the body. Zaruki having a much better game here on Inferno as well. That's definitely making a difference for Fireflux, where he was really struggling on Dust 2. Missed shots. For sure. Either way, just 2 remaining here. Being hunted quite aggressively, actually. The USP is out. Nearly able to find both. Not quite. But they'll take it. Just the 1 player going down. Bringing it within 1 now as well. I mean, even just getting up to 5. If it ends up being 7-5, they can still be pretty satisfied with their scoreline.
Yeah, and I don't think he's gotten a kill since I called him the instigator of the map, but I still think he deserves the credit for it. It was Eternal's holds in Banana. It was the multiple opening kills he got, that eventual 4K hold where OG tried to push the issue on B and didn't manage to break through. Yeah, ever since then, he's kind of warmed up a little bit into the map a bit more. They're made of, and a 6-6 is very doable indeed. Good kill from Z-Mix with Cadian going down, and Zaruki finds Body with the AWP in apartments as well. Cadian's molly does get the kill from the grave to burn him out. I'm not sure they're going to be aware for how close these 2 players are going to be, and they're just going to take all the gambles and try and push it to A here and now. The opposite on the line, though, is a nice flick from Zaruki. Adam B can't even get past the corner of the smoke very well. Prime Taps and Spook are the final 2 players remaining, and Spooky's on the opposite side of the map right now. He has a free B bomb site, but it's a 1v4 he needs to win the half.
Yes. Not really going to be too valuable, all this extracurricular stuff like the bomb plant and damage done, right? He just needs the round. Doesn't quite believe his luck that there's nobody here, but there is indeed nobody here. Straight in for the plant. What now? They're somewhat split.
Buy you a drink if he wins this.
Yeah, he could get an advanced kill. We'll see. Not going to happen for him, though. Eternal takes him down. Trav gets to keep his money for 1 more day. And it will indeed be an even finish there at the turn of the half trap.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
We're straight into the second half of OG and Fireflux, and fair play to the Fireflux boys. They have been very, very good at recovering this one. And look, OG should be looking a bit better. But 6-6 is decent, and the dualies are out on the pistol for OG. Try and hold on.
Oh, big hit shots like that, though. I think we're in for a half here. Oh, wait a moment. Anything at all for the CT side? The answer seems to be no. Zemic's actually found another one on the other side of the map, by the way. So Adam B, who continues to have a tough series here, will be the only one left. A nice find from him, but it's glorified exits at this point, and they're even playing super disciplined, looking to try and stay away from him, deny him kill bonus, and ultimately just cage him in towards this A side of the map. He tries to move back. It's going to be Pain City for our Adam B, but we'll see where he ends up. There's a couple of light spots that you can hold in, and I think right around here is pretty much perfect for the exits, actually. no one's going to come his way, but they will not be able to find him in good time. And he will carry through some kill bonus as well as some armor into this next round. So we might see him jump on a FAMAS, for example, very, very quickly. If they want to force, maybe they want to go early rifles. But they've been rolled over in the pistol there. Fireflux, I'm sure, are making OG worry that this is not going to be the quick and easy 2-0 that was once promised.
Yeah, that is true. It's a good start to the half for Fireflux, but always we say teams who are slightly lower level maybe have a bit more of an issue up against some of these half-buy purchases with the MP9s and the 5.7s, and also decent util for OG here. This is not an easy round to get by. 5.7 still being a one-shot headshot.
Pretty slow going here from Fireflux. They will slowly get off of T-stairs and up middle, but OG have got a plan. There's 4 players here. There's 3 stacked around short. This little Molotov there does force them back ever so slightly. They are ultimately unthwarted from their mission, looking to potentially get aggressive themselves. Yeah, nice little crunch coming in here. It's that 5-7 in behind. Doesn't find anything. That's the one that we were expecting to go huge. Doesn't happen. Spook falls easily. And Fireflux really picking up steam with, honestly, a great little move there, and somehow coming out on top of that without too much stress.
Yeah, the fact that Eternal is able to hold on with his teammate as he does here is pretty impressive. The spin onto Prime Taps was wild. He's done very, very well to recover that. Not take too many losses for his team either. OG now onto their eco, and Fireflux going to get their 3-round lead as we thought should be happening, but should is always a strong word in those particular rounds. Adam B going for his CZ, basically just trolling by buying the CZ, I feel like. Knowing how powerful the 5.7 is, I always like to point that out when a player buys a CZ. It's like, come on man, what are we doing here? He's dead already. There you go. He's like to prove my point on this occasion. Often I've done that, and a CZ has gotten 2 kills from nowhere, but yeah, gets caught out by the Mac 10 on this occasion.
Yeah, they're playing this quite well. Fireflux not taking any chances at all. Going to move back to that A-bomb site. Playing a pretty well-paced T-side. Let's sort of beg the question where this might have been on Dust. So yeah, quietly impressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair, of course. If you look at the numbers between these two teams as well, like, sure, Fireflux did pick D2. We know OG do like it. Fireflux don't play Inferno that much. I mean, they've only played it at a much, much lower level. Of course, we're talking at ESL League level. They played it in one of the local tournaments at Exort Fiesta. They played it in Challenger League against Bax. Managed to beat that Bax team 13-7, to be fair. That was only yesterday. Both these 2 games for Fireflux coming yesterday on Inferno. So maybe, even though it is the only 2 games they played on the map, it's a case of, look, you played those 2 that recently, they're pretty well versed on Inferno, and they know what they want to do with each other. They know how to play, they know how to synergize, they know what roles are set up nicely for them. I mean, it's not really a tried and tested one for them in their map pool. Could be causing OG problems, and again, this is the sort of result that, and sort of moment that we're seeing from OG all too often lately. I understand OG aren't that much of a higher ranked team at the moment. They have been trying to work their way up with this particular lineup. They've been trying to get any sort of wins from anywhere on LAN in particular. Of course, it's eventually leading to ESL Pro League is the goal they want, but all too often we see them just fall off after a decent map and struggle in the map after, look not as clean. But now they've got the guns out on CT side, it could completely change, and you expect it will still do so.
Flash out through mid. Yeah, this is dangerous for sure. Adam Does get spotted. The AWP here to help him. Adian, you know, it's a pretty far back angle, so he has to find success from there. Picks up the first. Adam as well chiming in. It's a really cheeky little smoke there. They do eventually take him down. Body to fall. And of course, the infamous Moto smoke coming in to just keep them at bay for now. Maybe wanted to trim the numbers by 1 or 2 more before that bomb went down, but it's a fully fledged 3-on-3 retake. Smoke going to go down. Is there a replenishment? Oh, that's a failed Molotov. They're still able to move forwards decently. Smoke down to cover off pit. Head found by Spook. It's all going to be on quality here, and he finds himself with a little bit of a smoke to work around. Somehow he's found 2 in, a matter of moments. Spook with the finds, but he's on to the USP here. And just a timing play at the end from quality, really quite clever. Might be a kit dot around somewhere. Spook going to try and go in for the 10-second hold. The 5-7 out. And he does eventually get there. It's a lot of work. It does make you worry. It's another round for Flux, and OG kind of all over the place. Failed Molotov. Looked like at one point, one player thought about saving, and then they're actually going, and really, really losing themselves there in that particular retake opportunity.
Yeah, it was getting a bit close at the end, but when it's a 10-second defuse, if you're actually getting that one over the line, then it's the T player's fault. That's for sure. And, well, OG struggling at the moment. (6-10) behind, not a single round on the CT side as of yet. Pistol conversion against the anti-force and the anti-eco. You know, quality that some of these OG players possess, but they're going to need to win a round like this in one of the MP9s. What a kerfuffle that was on the A-bomb site, but quality is the man to get it over the line. I mentioned that his numbers have been the best. If you look back at previous Flux maps, he's been the main man. He's showing up here.
Feels like we might be going to a third, honestly. OG going to need a huge change-up to make us believe in the 2-0, which, as you said, it'd be pretty disappointing, especially from this position, closing and clapping them on dust too. To not find the 2-0, I think. Failed mission. On from Adam B. The MP9 up close looks scary. He's dealt with swiftly. They've made their way up middle. The rotations are pretty aggressive, all things considered. Zemix hidden away in pit, I think, is going to be the difficult player to deal with from here. From long hauls. Yeah, there goes the first kill. I think that's probably the job done. Body, nothing but a 5-7. He'll stick around. He'll try and find a kill here if he can, but the round is indeed over, and OG just going to need an insane turnaround here to keep things going on Inferno. Otherwise, it will indeed be that Mirage as the decider.
I didn't expect this, I've got to say. Did not expect a possibility of a third map decider. Look at the numbers on map 1 for Body and Cadian. Body going 21 and 5, Cadian 22 and 6. Both of them having really consistent maps across the board. It was a map pick of the Turks, and they're not able to get anywhere near OG, really. Now in Inferno, I know Inferno Online can always be a bit of a lottery with how utility is used and how it can, if you play well as a team, like Flux are doing right now, and are going in, barreling in as a collective, it can be difficult to hold on. And I'm afraid OG are finding that out the hard way at the moment. Just for, maybe some clarity for some of the viewers who maybe aren't aware of Flux. Of course, it's an organisation that's had some known players in the past. They had Soulfly, they had Banjo. Soulfly, of course, going over to Aurora for a little while to play with the best Turkish players that have ever played the game in Xantaras and Woxic, obviously, and Wakadia. And then, sure, he might not be on Aurora anymore, but he was good enough to be there and did a good job for that squad. Banjo, of course, going over to Focus, a new international project at Tier 2. Played a couple of Tier 1 events. Maybe now they're going to need more players like that from Adam B. Adam B's in a very, very quiet game when we know the quality that he possesses. And I tell you what, it's a big moment for him. Surely gets found on 27 HP now, and in the end he does go down. The issue is, Adam B's on an island there. How long was he alone, brawling away, trying to get kills and waste time? He's able to get 2 and waste a bit of time. He's able to do both, but now it's a 4v3 retake, and retaking on Inferno will not be nice.
If they don't win this, absolutely over. Don't deserve any real chance at coming back in. I think they know that. Time is of the essence, though. They've recovered that kit. Oh, no. Zaruki comes round, finds 2. I mean, he's gifted a second.
Yeah.
Cadian, you can feel, is kind of frustrated, but this has just not been their map. Definitely not been their half. That is for damn sure. But the fact that they cannot get that done, there's a bit too many moving parts, isn't there? It's 4 versus 3. Get some light utility and get in there. They give a bit too much time across, I think, to the T side to readjust and find their feet. But we have to be going to a third after something like that. If you can't make that work, you just don't really have it in you here today on the Inferno at the very least. So yeah, I think a difficult one to stomach, but they are indeed moving into a third map if Flux continue on this way.
It's actually crazy how Adam B was so alone for so long. It truly is crazy. You would have felt like he would have had a little bit more support. Maybe sure there were some flashes that would have popped above his head, but still, it's one that doesn't seem like it should have been lasting that long. We've got some ticks in the chat here, so I think we've got a bit of a tech pause coming through. We've seen the CT side running back into spawn, so with knives out, we can confirm we've got a bit of a delay to this one with no damage done, of course. The rulebook won't come into play. Don't have to play the round out. This is not a real kill, I don't think, from Eternal. All 5 players on both teams were 100 HP, so we can round reset in a moment. But yeah, I mean, Adam B has so often been the guy we've looked at for OG in some of the other tournaments they played recently. Of course, they were at the EWC LCQ that I was lucky enough to be at the other week. They played okay, but they didn't really beat anyone impressive at all. That is the main issue for them, right? Like, they may have taken a map off of Echo, but you'd be thinking that Echo is the X-Tricked team. Maybe that should be a game that OG are winning. The only team they beat in that event was Vale, who are actually a very lower team that, of course, came to the open registration, who had no VRS points on the board whatsoever, pretty much. Being HLTV debutants at that level. Played BC Game, of course, the team with the new lineup with Magisk as the in-game leader, Simple, Senzu, Mzenio, Electronic. BC Game put them down pretty easily, 2-0, 13-8, 13-9. So, just no real progress for OG lately. And that is the worry. And this one going to a map 3 is just another factor to add to the table of disappointment, I'm afraid. Even if they win the series.
Certainly, I think they will know that. It's not really a team that should be giving them any kind of run around. But there's been some in there. You know, there's definitely been some in there. There's a few losses in places. It's tough, these kinds of players having to punch down. Got to keep it together, not get tilted. And I think it's quite easy for, you know, the likes of a Cadian and a Body to really get annoyed at these types of games and this kind of grind that they're currently on. Can they keep us alive a little longer here? Or will there be some slowdown from the Flux boys now that they've hit that 12?
We walk their way up Banana here, OG. Prime Taps is going to be in a bit of a world of hurt at the back of the side. Spook will manage to get his one, fighting from CT, and they know that Prime Taps is here, because he's taken many ticks at that molly, and there's not really many other places he could be, but Eternal just looks away from it, because he's worried about Spook pushing through that smoke. That's exactly what he does. He'll be doing good damage with it as well. 5v2. The B's got them locked in. Good clear from Zemix, to be fair, but with 17 seconds, the round is over with the bomb lost on the B bomb site. So, as he rightly said, Harvey, it will be a recovery. At least one. Their first CT round, would you believe?
Counter-terrorists win.
Indeed. Took them long enough. Trying to take a few players out in the end there, but not working. Still not going to be too costly for them. Now, look, OG here, they are capable. They are a team that could be capable. They could just, you know, turn the heat up, sit forward, lock in, all that kind of memeable type language, but I don't know, man. It's still going to be pretty challenging for them here. They've got to get a good couple of rounds cleanly, break the bank, deny bomb plants, you know, really make it hard for Fireflux and make them feel like they are fully locked out of things. Maybe. Cadian on the AWP. Advanced position for him. Looking to find that first. Spook swings round. It's not a good enough flash at all. And it's an easy kill for quality. To rotate those nades and make sure they don't gain any more ground on B, but an opener for the T side. That's going to go against you pretty heavily, isn't it?
That's a great chance to get this one done now for Fireflux. Send us to this third map decider. One on Mirage, which we didn't think we were going to need, but that was to add the pressure to OG as the favourite in this game. They just can't afford to lose this. It would be an absolute nightmare. Adam B holds on for one, dances around the pillar for as long as possible to try and get himself a second or stay alive for a little longer. But the trade comes through, and they'll charge their way back to B here at Will Fireflux. Rotation from OG is okay. They've got prime taps rotating in and body still at the back of the site. If there's one player you can rely on in this sort of position, it might be body. He tries to move away from the possible Molotov. There'll be nothing that'll be flying toward him. Prime taps might try and make a play, but they haven't cleared body yet until right then. Alright. Well, there's a risk he may go overlooked, but they check the site properly, and Zemix just destroys Cadian as well. Alright then, massive quad kill to end the map for Fireflux, and OG CT side, I'm afraid, there was non-existent.
I think that final kill just kind of sums it up, doesn't it? You can't help but laugh, like, and, you know, maybe if you are OG, you just have to turn around and go, okay, well, whatever. Not much we can really do about that, just not our day in that second half in particular, like you say. Yeah, so really quite surprising. I think it is safe to say that it does not go 2-0. Maybe setting their sights on that a little prematurely. And indeed, they missed the wood for the trees. We are going to take a break here. We've got that Mirage Decider coming up next. Not the best for OG. So we'll see what Fireflux can do. Catch you there. Well, the unexpected Mirage here, I think, would be safe to say, as OG, a really keen first map picked up, going into their own map pick, not really one that Flux tend to favour, and they get totally surprised, especially in that second half. Well, as Trav kind of mentioned, a lot of the experience on it had come quite recently. They did pick up a win against the formidable backs, and it seems like that kind of confidence spurred them forwards to beating OG, in fact, which I don't know that anybody involved, maybe even Flux themselves, necessarily expected that to happen, certainly in such one-sided fashion. So OG will be kicking themselves. We still have this kind of black mark now that we're pretty disappointed in them, even if they do manage to win out the series here. It should have been a 2-0. It isn't, and so it becomes a very, very different result here, depending on how things go in the end. I mean, if they do get knocked out here, that would be really, really quite surprising. So we're going to see as this Mirage is soon to kick off.
Yes, sir. It's just not really a very nice position we find ourselves in for OG, because it should have been a 2-0. It really should have. But, you know, the first half wasn't even that disappointing. It was a regular 6-6. Sure, they got pegged back a little bit at the end, and you would maybe think to yourself, oh, okay, Flux are here to play somewhat. But in the end, as you said, just a completely non-existent CT side. And the way Zemix closed it out kind of summed it up, like you mentioned, with that crazy quad kill. So more of the individuals stepping up on Flux. Adam B not having a great day so far. He's usually been the main player to watch for OG over the course of kind of the time with this particular lineup. I think considering the failure at the EWC LCQ for OG, only really beating that, you know, open registration team called Veil, which is pretty much a team of just like, you know, 3.5, 3k ELO players. Only team they beat at the entire qualifier. It feels like to me they just want to try and get through one of these open registration ECLs to get through to that regional final to play for Pro League. And then maybe they look to try and make some changes, because I don't think that they can keep Prime Taps on the team as a 0.89 average player for too much longer. I just feel like it's destined to come through at some point.
Yeah, very, very true. There's plenty of opportunities to go at. Not sure how to expect this Mirage now, to be honest with you, Trav. I think that the OG side of things, they do have a pretty shallow pool in places. Mirage is one that they actually have a fair amount of reps on, even with this particular, you know, iteration of the newer lineup with Prime Taps and with the post-player break and everything. And it has been pretty hit or miss, you know, some very one-sided losses here, losing out to Vax, who are a bit of a team to watch at the moment, it would seem, but also losing out to Echo, which feels quite surprising indeed. Yeah, some of the ex-Tricked boys over there. So, you know, a pretty difficult one to really contend with now for OG, that perhaps this Mirage is not one of their best maps and could be a real opportunity for Flux, who are okay on it, to potentially steal away a pretty important series. So.
Yeah, I mean, it just would be something crazy, wouldn't it, if they're actually able to find the entire series here. And a reminder, it's not like this is one of the winners' games for ECL in their group. This is one of the you know, decider games, which decides whether we go through to playoffs or you just get eliminated straight up here and now. So, yeah, huge deal for OG. As I said, just getting through to one of this regional final, making sure one of the cups is a W for them is what the goal, to make sure you can at least get a chance to play for Pro League. If they're not even able to get through one of the regional regional cups here and get through to the regional finals, it would be a big upset. Sure, we've got like what, 10, 11 more cups to come over the course of the end of the year. They'll be signing up more and more for them, I'm sure, if they just don't get through. But yeah, at the same time, it's a position they need to find themselves in and get consistency in at this sort of level first before they really push the issue. I mean, this is the team that almost beat Spirit online in when they were coming back in at the beginning of the season. And sure, you can't really look at that with too much seriousness, obviously. Considering, as I said, it's the online stage of Bounty and it's the first game of the season, that combination where Bounty is positioned in the calendar is always a bit of a confusing one, because, you know, you don't know what teams are going to truly be ready or not for that sort of game in that sort of environment. But yeah, sure, that might have been a great attempt. Unfortunately, I haven't really seen much progress since then to really build off of that. And yeah, with being Mirage, with it being a map that OG struggle a little bit, that is my main concern, that we could be seeing a big upset here. They won't even get into playoffs. I mean, Lavked are waiting in those playoffs. They could be getting a easier, in speech marks, draw against Flux and OG. Anyway, we've got a bit of a delay before the Mirage gets underway, so we'll return as soon as we're ready to go. Well, it took us a little while to get underway in this one. Maybe we're not 100% underway just yet. Hopefully we'll get that pause time cancelled right now, as we've done our knife round. We're ready to go in the third map decider between OG and Fireflux. A must-win for OG, it has to be said. If Fireflux is able to pull off the upset here, it would be look really poor on OG.
Yeah, I mean, basically just reiterate what you've said. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Really quite a worrying prospect. I mean, the fact that we do go to the third as well is pretty scary, to be honest, but yeah, I think they will be kicking themselves in a big way. But now there is a serious threat around this third and final map. Feels like anything could happen. Starting off with OG on that T side. They get a little light fake out through middle, but they will have some short presence going because of it. Also has a small fake out smoke over there, so really putting a lot of weight in Cadian trying to find something on the P250 raid boss. But it's a very loose B hold that comes through, and they actually give up the site really easily. First kill comes on the way out. There's Cadian though, and I think he is a little unexpected. Able to find the first, and the P250 is going to be a massive problem at range, getting another. And it's not working out here for Fire. Flux, lovely double swing, well timed. And it will be OG straight in with that pistol. That is fast.
Yeah, they needed that just to settle themselves a little bit. I know it's a game they should be winning, but just the fact that even though you've got these players who are Giga experienced, if you're losing to a team like Fireflux, who've not really had many HLTV officials even yet, only ones at very low leagues, low tier leagues, it would be a pretty embarrassing loss for them. So when we go in for the anti-eco, Team Act 10's MP7 should be okay here for OG. Only the Deeg on quality do they have to worry about.
Straight out. Easy. Oh, and the nade to break. Flash is nearly perfect there onto body, but just slightly too deep, and he ends up having to field day some support as well coming in. Sizik's the only one left now. It's all worked out really quite nicely there for OG and the money-making machine. Cadian spots the last player. Just take a dink, fair enough. And it's actually body that gets the kill there somehow, but either way, OG moving up to a second. Great nades. I mean, could not have worked better. They look pretty prepared for this one, and perhaps waking up much more into this third map than they were in that second. So yeah, very curious to see if Fire Flux can answer back.
Now is the round where Fireflux can answer back, though, because OG, of course, with winning the round with all 5 players alive, they keep the Mac 10s and the MP7. So it's a bonus buy as such for OG, and they're already taking some big nade damage on the 2 players who have the rifles, would you believe? So couldn't really be worse. You wouldn't mind it as much on the Mac 10s, but the 2 players who have Galil AK, Adam B and Cadian, are the 2 that have been tagged already. They might swap later on. We'll see.
That's a nasty
unfortunate
find. Yeah, that is pretty nasty. What are they going to do with it? Another well-timed smoke in the apartments. It seems like they are unthwarted and still want to hit B. Just biding their time and making some decisions here. They will break open that smoke. Ineffective, however, though. Zemix in a great spot to find 2. Really does feel like he's done enough there. Sizik down below. With great timing, here's them running off and might even be gifted a frag. He's also got a teammate in quality. It's a good spot to deal. It's unfortunate he doesn't find that kill, but, you know, any kinds of damage, and there's just no time to get this going as well, folks. So, OG are on a semi-reluctant save, but really not a great-looking round here as the B hit does not work. And quality, maybe just after time? I think so. Spook, though, still has a fair chunk of cash in his back pocket. It's not the end of the world. All the same, Flux, nice first round on the board.
Yeah, it was a bit concerning for Zemex when he was playing that advanced angle like that. You'd often get spammed and just get a bit unlucky in those moments, but like how Body died, to be fair, and he was trying to make his way up short. Dying to quality. In the end, he held on very well with the FAMAS, and that bonus fly for OG is put down. Quality is going to choose to fight top middle in the following round very aggressively. He gets his one. He's got teammate support, and they will run down Body, Cadian, and Prime Taps. This round is ending incredibly quickly. Adam B, you know where he is. He's all alone, held by 3 players. Okay, Flux again showing they're here to play assertive, play on the front foot, and not give OG any space.
Really, really good, man. Absolutely fantastic follow-up round, it has to be said. Always the danger with the Mirage. Everybody knows Mirage. Everybody's going to have some semblance of confidence on it. And a lot of the time, one game to the next doesn't quite feel the same. So we'll see if OG can bounce back into that next rifle round. Again, easier said than done at this point, but a competition on our hands. It's not just a fluke, not just a flash in the pan, that previous map, and particularly, you know, it was that second half that we really harped on. It does seem like Flux are really going to be able to compete here into Mirage as well.
Yeah, definitely concerning. But more shots like that will go a long way. And B, Deagle will pop off. Quality is not put off, and we'll try and peek from the same angle, but what I don't like about those sort of fights from a CT, right, is you're kind of just giving an even fight over to the T player. You know, you're picking on a headshot angle where body can't be, the body of your opponent can't be seen, really. But he's going to continue fighting, and fair play to him. He gets himself 3 in the end. Lovely flick up on Spook. It's 4 kills for quality. See, the deal was dealt with. He felt a bit more confident, of course. Back in the lead.
Not too costly. Starting to extremely quickly pick up steam. Very much looking forward to see what OG have got in that back pocket. As you know, again, this might be something that they're just leaning on a bit too hard. That it's like, we're OG, we've got these names, we've got these fragging potential players, and perhaps relying on that a bit too much. I'd love to see a nice early timeout here. It's pretty serious go time, you know, in a tournament like this. You want to be making a decent run. And if they check out here, I think you'd be very disappointed with that. Yes, you might have 10, 11 more opportunities, I suppose, with all the cups that we have this season, but still, can't be going down to Flux ever, really.
I think ever is the key word, to be honest with you, because, I mean, it's not like it's the old... If it was the old Flux, which had the likes of the Soulfly, the Banjo, you know, you had some no-names, even the really old team that maybe had, you know, Skrunk playing and Sensei, at least that's players with some name value, right? These are kind of... Of course, we all see them around and about, because we kind of watch a lot of this tier of Counter-Strike, but these are really for Flux, it's 5 no-names. It's 5 new Turkish faces to the scene. So, if OG lose, it would be a massive shock and an incredible boost to the Flux VRS, that's for sure. Eternal's in a great position here. He's not going to be 100% cleared by OG. And Cadian, even though he finds that trade on Zaruki, he could be in for a bit of a problem. Okay, Prime Ducks holds for it. Fair play to him. Crosshair trained in the right position. And Zemix is not going to be able to do anything about this anymore. Even though he's got a kit, he's got a couple of players. I should say Spook, playing close on triple, who's low HP. Does get the kill, but falling back with the AK is probably going to be the plan. And it will be.
Key round for OG. Vital, I think, in the early stages of this map. And they do a very good job of taking it to town. Seriously well in, though. And there's a lot of room, of course, this early on, but you just don't want to allow Fire Flux squad to be dictating the game this early on. We've seen what they are capable of and seen that OG maybe struggle to figure them out. So OG need their own game to be working pretty effectively. And that comes in as a very important round. So they've done well there in order to get it done.
Zaruki trying to make a play with the AWP. Quality also a bit concerned about Connector, but while he's concerned about Connector, that is when Prime taps or rear his head from Palace. And that is a position you can't really play when Palace isn't being watched. Just seeing exactly why. Eternal's only just going to be able to catch him as he falls down into Firebox, but he's got more work to do. Zemix and Zaruki have nothing left, I would say.
That's what I was about to ask, really. And this is what I was talking about with the Fireflux side. That should just be a save there, but he's sort of sticking around. He's got a lot of cash as well. I think he could have facilitated a buy, perhaps purely by himself, whereas now it is just the AWP probably going to hold and you know, light save into the next round, maybe a few pistols around it. But yeah, I mean, just little things like this are going to cost Fireflux a great deal of momentum. And just unable to stay in the conversation as much as they would want.
Terrorists win.
Good push from Spook as well to remove the saving Zaruki. Starting to show a little bit more about what they're made of here, OG. I'm absolutely good timing of pushing out Palace. And that's one of those small oversights that can happen to a more inexperienced team. To have no one really looking at Palace, to be exposed to it entirely, concentrated on Connector. I'll just leave yourself in the open like that. Zemix has some extra dollar, so he'll go M4 armor, but that's all they've got.
Nothing hanging around towards middle here. But yeah, again, as you can see where the money is. Feels like they could have done something with an active save. Not the case here. So it's going to allow, in theory, OG to pick up, but there's a lot that's been done. One down as well in an unideal spot. Prime Taps does well. They do keep it together in the end. Certainly scary for a moment. OG now starting to build up a lead. Not the greatest, not the strongest just yet, but still a pretty good look if it continues in their favour. Another key rifle round on the cards.
Yeah, I just think the thing is for OG though in this game, right? Win or lose. And obviously, even if they do get over the line in this one and get into playoffs with Lavked, they'll try and put this entire BO3 probably out of their mind immediately. Because they know it's not a good sign for them to be dropping a map to Fireflux, and the way they did as well, having no progress on CT Inferno whatsoever, no change-ups really at all, very stagnant from OG. Like, I know they're not in the best position right now in terms of their ranking and all that, but you do expect more. It's not just the org name, it's not just the players' names, it's not even the name value of Body and Cadian, it's the core of, you know, Spook and LMB. We've played at a higher level than this. Anyway, going into all day again here.
Oh, nice from Zaruki here. 2 key frags might keep them in it. Quality loses his head, though, as he goes exploring. Versus 3. Zemix with a nice pickup, a key pickup. Bomb still doesn't have an awful lot of space to go down just yet, but Adam B has caught them on top of each other. All going to be on to Zaruki now. Kind of the hero that kept them in the conversation has been given the entire task. And I think... Oh no, I thought he was going to be walking away, but he is on the reposition. This now looks more like a saving situation. Yeah, try and see if he can catch anything on the way out, but they're not going to give him the chance, as we can see, both in towards ramp. And it will be another round for OG. That one actually looked pretty good for Flux in the middle, but they're unable to convert.
Zaruki does do the right thing and make sure he keeps hold of that AWP, as you say. And despite Flux looking like they want to brawl for these rounds and the start with the nade damage and the opening pick, having that extra layer of body and connector. To be too strong. We've got a little bit of a pause here. There we go, cancelled. It was an attack for Flux. Made a decision that they wanted to make about what they do around the AWP, what they want to buy. Try and give it some support, and it's only going to be pistols for now.
Adam B. Gotta be careful around this corner. AWP has already made a mess of one player. Looking to do it again. Really want this kill back, though. Nice from Zaruki to sort of play around, hide away from flashes, etc., but can't land the shots there. Adam B will take him and his little partner in crime in the form of Eternal, so OG work that man advantage back pretty well. Looking down the barrel of the 7th round here if they continue on this path. Bomb. Not in a good spot. Adam B, though, does well. Having a great round here, looking pretty comfortable. Recovers that bomb and should be plain sailing from here.
Quality and Zemix with only their pistols. Question whether they clear Zemix or not, and well, Zemix will go for the peak himself. It's a nice kill on Adam B, now he's down to 12 HP. KD knows he can run in with the pistol, any bullet anywhere gets the job done. Yeah, guaranteed lead on the half is about to be confirmed. At least 7 on T is solid for OG, and we were talking about their recent results they'd had on the map. It's not the best read in the world. Again, it's very hard to read into OG and how well they are playing on certain maps when they just barely are playing the games at all. They lost to Inner Circle, Betclick, Echo. It's a map they lost to that Bats squad we were speaking about the other day, 13-6, only yesterday in this very tournament. So they're getting a W in their column on Mirage is an important one for them.
Yeah. Real challenge here for Flux. I think this is looking a little more akin to Dust 2, really. OG, I think, have pulled the stops out Felt like maybe they didn't need to do it on Inferno, and it gets ahead of them, gets away from them. Nice pick up there from Quality. Nice, actually. Oh, Prime Tap's trying to find a timing on some info that he picked up. Walking, flashing player. He's not able to do so. It's a pretty solid advantage for the CT side here. Spoke too soon, of course. A lot of damage traded. Still could go either way in the even situation, Trav.
Big nade. Bomb still waiting around middle with a minute on the clock. Just getting themselves into more advanced positions bit by bit, OG. Adam Spook waiting underneath window right now. Adam B waiting to play off his contact. Guess there's any refaces in window. If there is, Body will be there to take it. But he'll make noise dropping out of that ladder room now. That's a bit of an annoying sound cue that he's made, which I'm sure he didn't mean to make. He probably meant to drop off the ladder. It means he gives Short a little bit of a look. But I think OG is still focused on going up con to the A-bomb site, considering the position of Prime Taps. We'll try and make his way through now. Zaruki will be annoyed by that. He's been caught as he unscopes and now caught behind triple box as well, or a ticket box as well. One will be attempted to be planted, and leg can be seen there. That's a pretty poor plant spot, but he's lucky. OG are very lucky. They lose a player, but the bomb plant can come through in time. LMB's in a similar position, not really a position maybe you'd expect if that bomb plant is already there, but the jiggle out is good. There's the information. Eternal finds that one, and with Sizzix on the other AWP finding Body, all of a sudden it's all down to Prime Taps, and the AWP of Zaruki will find him as well. That fell apart very quickly for OG.
Not what they needed. Not what they needed. Looking to try and really build up a solid lead. I think they wanted that 9-3, and it was just right around the corner for them. But key third. Key fourth for Fire Flux now, as they will be in very, very good position to just bring this as close as they possibly can. And I think Fire Flux just getting the rounds that they need at the right time. When we start to say, okay, this is going to get one-sided, they have managed to wake up. So is this going to be another case of that? Will there be a 5th round on the board for this CT side? And I think it could put them in a great position if things go well. Nice from Zaruki here. Not able to track him down. They know that he's towards short. Trying to hit B. There's quick rotations coming in from Fireflux to stop this from happening now.
Oh, Body. He'll creep in on short in the end, though. Zaruki will drop. And Body just doing everything right now. He's lurking around every single position and seemingly getting so many slick moves completed. And those 2 kills, considering OG have a full minute on the clock, deciding to go all the way up to the A-bomb site again. Sizzix is ready for the possibility of there being triple presence already. In Prime Taps' position, holding Murder Hole. There's a reason it's called Murder Hole. And there's no bomb plant either from Eternal. It's a pretty confident end to the map from OG. Some more decisive moves around Mirage. And it's netted them a 8-4 half. But can they close it? We'll see after the break.
All right, here we are again into another key half. This time for all of the marbles, Trav. Fire Flux with a small squeeze towards the end, just to keep things as close as they possibly can. OG mostly in the driver's seat. Pistol definitely doing some work there as well for them. So we'll see how they look into this second half, but certainly feeling a bit more convincing than map 2. Still not in that super strong position that we would just generally expect them to be. You know, they should be a lot better here, and they're just not quite at that point. So we'll see as the half is swapped over whether that is going to be the case, whether things will be as close as competitive, or if there is just going to be more and more of a keen showing from OG. 8-4 feels like enough. This is how Dust 2 went into that second half as well, and they immediately started closing things out. See if it's the case here again.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive shock if OG managed to fumble this one on CT side. CT side Inferno, they got 1 round. CT Mirage should be a very different story. Spook on the line with the grenade and the USP, and that already connect the headshot. They're jumping straight into his crosshair right now, and Spook's going to get himself 3 like it's nothing. And he'll get himself all 5 in the end, you know what? Even though it's body spams on the last, you know what? It's all 5, and that's all that matters. I'm going to have to go and check now when Spook's last career ace was. I'm sure it wasn't that long ago.
Pretty rough, though, I think it is safe to say. Fire Flux needed a pick-me-up. And they end up on the business end of Spook. Not good. We'll see here, as it's going to be a forced buyout from Fire Flux. They look to try something very similar over towards B, attempting to take over this bomb site if they can. Much of a muchness, as they are maybe able to tweak things with the utility, but you'd expect more of the same. Here's Spook again. He's on for another ace, as he's picked up 3. Maybe they give him the room for this. The MP9's going to get in there and steal one away from him, but all the same, he's had a really nice couple of rounds there. He works his way quite comfortably towards the top end of the scoreboard here on the server. Uh-oh. Fire Flux with very little fire to them here at the start of the T side.
Yeah. Spook getting a lot of kills to start his half, in addition to his KD to 16 and 8 already. And finally, I think OG are on the path to actually get this one done. Lavked are waiting in that playoff game, which I believe will be the one we'll be covering. See if they can get ever closer to getting to the regional final. Keep in mind, Alpha against Eternal, and KDN does fight for a little bit longer there, allows the Deagles to pop off a little bit. So the combination of Eternal and Quality get a couple of kills back. 11-4 seemed like a dead cert, now maybe not so much.
It is true. And with space, yeah, really being picked up on B, this now gets very, very, very interesting. Spook. Nice fire from him, though. That's going to be the bomb drop. Some good information around that. Splits them up, and... oh, he didn't get the bomb. Quality's got to wait for all that fire to dissipate. Oh, my goodness. Zemix makes me nervous with the Deagle there. We'll go down. The round got a bit too broken up, and it is once again Spook that does have the highest impact as he finds that final kill, but he dropped that bomb while it was in transition to a seemingly open B bomb site. Really well found from him, and the rounds keep on coming for OG.
The recovery there was always one that they should have won, but doubly short. Catch off there from Spook, even though the D gives MX gets one more. You know, to cut off those players going through TV room was very nice. Oh, MX is really trying to put the pressure on Connector early in this round. Spook, oh, he's brawling his way out. Not sure how he's managed that. Fair play to him. He's put under a lot of pressure there. But G and Spook will hold on. Quality just puts body straight on the floor. So 4v4 recovered for now.
Three versus three. Thinking you'll miss it kind of kills there. Good position here for Spook to hold on to any kind of funny business coming his way. Oh, lucky, very lucky indeed to be alive. Might be a nade with his name on it. You also have to try and break into the site itself. Adam B going down unceremoniously is not great. We do have a flank coming round from Prime Tap. Spook has just got to hope they don't even look at him. He's trying to play around the angle here pretty effectively. Almost. So very close to getting that. Not quite going to be the case. The bomb delayed on the plant, though. I suppose came off it. Curious. As Zaruki, maybe not believing in his teammate to win out that fight, got a little spooked by what was going on in Connector. Prime Taps finds a key kill. He's also able to completely reset this 1 versus 1 and really throw Eternal for a loop. The kind of play that you go for when you are 9 rounds ahead. That's not right. 7 rounds ahead. The maths on broadcast. That was a bad one, though. Either way, gonna find themselves in this 1 versus 1. Prime Taps has lost track, of course. Not a lot of time, and Eternal with a keen headshot to take him down. Beautiful, beautiful round there.
Yeah, I don't blame Prime Taps, right? I mean, he's been an easy player to kind of have a go at on this team because of his numbers being a little bit poor and decision-making not all too great. That decision, I feel like, for me, was fine. Like, he's in that ramp area, he's denied the bomb plant, he's going to make Eternal think by going all the way around. I do feel like if he was personally feeling a bit more confident, though, he wouldn't have gone for the round-the-world play and try and out-position and outthink his opponent. He'd just try and fight on that ramp / Tetris position. So yeah, it doesn't work out for him in the end. The buy for OG isn't great, but it's okay. Flux will need a big comeback. Comeback of, look, 9 rounds to win the map, but 7 rounds to get back to 11.
There you go, rely on Trav to do all your mathematics for you and not me.
No, don't.
Oh, okay. We're equally as unconfident.
Oh, Zaruki.
Yeah, that's a yikes. That is a yikes. He's lucky to be alive. Is it perhaps an olive branch that's going to allow them back into the game? Back into the round, I should say. As they still have a lot of heavy lifting to do, not only in this round, but in the game itself. But we'll see. Maybe the orb surviving a little longer than it ever should have done. Perhaps now he finds 2 kills, gets them back into the round. It could be a real heroic moment. The journey of Zaruki being followed tentatively here. But they walk into a pretty nice setup, I feel, to deal with them. That is unfortunate for Body as he just gets taken by timing. Adam B now revealed as well. It's Spooker comes round again, having a great game. Already got a kill to his name. Adam B, I think, trying to buy space for him to come through. There's a flash with his name on, and he does find 2.
Nice.
The rest of the team will see it off. Really well played from Adam B there. You have to give him credit. He knew his job, and it was to stay alive. Really well done.
Yeah, he won't get credited on the HLTV rating or the kill count, I don't think, Adam B there. But it's the fact that he provides that much distraction to allow Spook to get 2 more kills of his own. Huge deal. Huge deal for OG. Made that one look a lot more simple than maybe it would have been otherwise. And that means that now they're in a very good position, OG, to close this one out here and now. Got the Deagle. Pack 10, Tech 9, 2 Galils to keep Fireflux alive. And of course, as we said, decide a match. Lose this round, they are out. Big miss from Cadian. That nade follow-up will do some big damage. And they'll be able to get the kills anyway. Should be an easy hold now. Tech9 not being able to trade him. Oh, Zaruki, that's rough to watch. In comes Spook. He's going to clean them both up. Very, very messy end to this series. And OG do deservedly win it out. Not as clean as we'd hoped it would have been. It's a bit of a disappointing one in that sense. But look, they're through to the playoffs to play Lavked a little bit later tonight, and that's all that matters for now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. It's one of those things where, you know, we will look at it like that and we will say we're kind of disappointed and they should have done more, etc. But teams at the end of the day, even if they are like high-level teams and, you know, they get sort of upset on a map by a rank 30 or whatever, they'll generally just be happy to get the win. It's maybe a little bit of cope. It's maybe also something that you look at a later date. You know, you can look at it for now and just sort of leave it as the victory, and that's all you were after. You don't want to get your head too locked in, especially in a tournament like this where we are flowing from one game into the next. But we know in reality they should have done a lot better than that. The 2 maps that they win, pretty convincing. Maybe the Inferno, just got to be careful with that pick and also careful with perhaps being a little overconfident with it. So yeah, there's a lot in there to unpack for OG, but they do stay alive, they do move forwards, and indeed it is unfortunate for Flux. As I say, they had a pretty hard group to contend with, and now they will be knocked out once again, quite close to making the playoffs. Lots and lots of opportunities for them. Hope to see a bit more of them. It's tough. I don't think they have as much of a complete game as I would like, though, for like a Turkish national team. You know, you really want that to kind of come together and be a really solid unit, but it's just not quite the case. I think they do lean a bit too individually, and I don't know how much that's going to work for them. It's not the most consistent kind of playstyle unless you've got some really, really well played out players. So, yeah, any closing thoughts on that matchup, Trav, before we get across the break?
As I said earlier, I think OG will be more disappointed than elated, and more just a relief of getting that win over the line, because it's one of those games where it should have been done 2-0, and it just kind of shows that they're not really making much progress at the moment. That CT7 of Inferno was one not to remember at all. They need to just really rethink that and how aggressive they need to go in those sort of rounds. There was no change up. There was quite a lot of stagnant moves. Just kind of staying put, really. So, yeah, we're hoping to follow more of OG in the upcoming game. Maybe it'll be a cleaner one for them. Maybe it'll be more difficult. There is players that we know a little bit more of on Lavked as their upcoming opponents. I believe that'll be our follow-up game. I'll confirm that for you in a little bit. But as you rightly said, Scrib will say goodbye to you for now. I'll miss you. We're going to bring in Brandy, good old B-Dog, for the next BO3. So I'll stick around and I'll see you guys in about an hour.
That one USP player sticks out like a sore thumb and could be a very easy find. The scout goes flying in. Cadian, let's take another tag, brings it down to the one-on-one. He will get it done. Well held, well found. And thwarted from their mission. Looking to potentially get aggressive themselves. Yeah, nice little crunch. Coming in here, it's that 5-7 in behind. Doesn't find anything. That's the one that we were expecting to go huge. Doesn't happen. Spook falls easily. And just a timing play at the end from Quality, really quite clever. Might be a kit dot around somewhere. Spook going to try and go in for the 10-second hold. The 5-7 out. And he does eventually get there. Straight out. Easy. Oh, and an 8 to break. Flash is nearly perfect there onto body, but just slightly too deep. And he ends up having to field day some support as well coming in. Sizik's the only one left now. Oh, nice from Zaruki here. 2 key frags might keep them in it. Quality loses his head.
With the grenade and the USP, and that already connect the headshot. They're jumping straight into his crosshair right now, and Spook's gonna get himself 3. Like it's nothing. And he'll get himself all 5 in the end, you know what? Even though it's body spams on the last, you know what?
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome back, everyone. Guess what? We've got more OG on your screens this evening, but I've got a different partner alongside me. It's the lovely Brandon, B-Dog. Firstly, mate, most importantly, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm really excited to be here. I can't believe, Trav, that we debuted on an ESL broadcast on a Pro League, and we've never done a Challenger League game. So I'm really excited to do that with you.
True. That's a really good point. We mentioned it beforehand and before we were preparing to get into the broadcast that I tended to, when I'm not working with Hayes, I tend to stand in with different people. Like I've stood in with your duo, Lucy. I stood in with Scriv earlier today. Yeah, it's crazy that we've done Pro League before Challenger League, but you know what? That's the way the scene goes sometimes. It is funny. And it should be an interesting game here, of course. OG are just in a weird spot right now where their team has great name value, but just isn't performing too well at all. Lavked are a team we've covered, at least the core of the team we've covered quite a bit in our online tournament escapades. So, even though OG did lose a map to Flux earlier, and that is very concerning, I'm still convinced they'll win against Lavked in some way, even if it's a tough game.
Look, here's the reality of the situation for me, Trav, is that OG should be winning this entire tournament, and it shouldn't even be a conversation point. And the best bit about this is that it is a conversation point, because this is an OG team that, as you say, has got remarkable name value, is currently ranked, at least in HLTV standards, top 60 team in the world. It shouldn't be top 60. It should be way higher than that. You got KD, you got Spook, Prime Tap's Body, Adam B. Like, everyone knows these guys, and they've got so much potential, and we're just not seeing it. And it's really sad. Like, it's actually really sad that OG are in this state. It reminds me a lot of maybe like OG in 2023, like early 2024, where they went through a rebuild and they were just really struggling. It felt like they then got their identity back a little bit in the Crizzen era, and then now that they've got Cadian, it's like, wow, awesome, Cadian's back. No one speaks about Cadian anymore. And that's just how irrelevant this OG team has felt recently.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately the true reality of it. Like, don't get me wrong, I just love watching what, Cadian has been able to do over the course of his career, but it does feel like OG needed an AWP and an in-game leader when they benched Nico Dawes and Crizzen moved on to Heroic. This was the only choice that really could fill both those slots available. AWP in-game leaders are a rare breed now. And look, I'm convinced this team, who are, I think, 80th in the VRS at the moment, around 80th, should be top 50, top 40 very soon. But they're taking a very long time to get there, put it that way. And Brandon, just looking at the bracket they're in, of course, we look at this particular cup, this open registration cup, of course, in which there are 14 in EU this season. Look at the teams they've played, look at the teams they've lost, and look at their recent results. They played the EWC LCQ, they lost to BC Game and Echo, only beating Vale, which were basically one of those open registration level 10 Faceit teams, which weren't that much better. Than your average pug team.
By the way, on one
exactly.
Of those games.
Exactly, and they weren't much better than your average pug team, really. And one of those maps was quite close. They've only managed to beat Vale, Privateer, and Fireflux recently. They lost to Bax, as you can see in our bracket, as we circle in on Group 4 now. Like, that is insane. And it feels like it's a dead roster that's waiting for moves, in my opinion.
I'll tell you what's scary is I thought, Cadian's not built on his team this long. He's been on the team since November last year. What is going on? Actually, what is going on with this OG team? It's stunning that we're in this position. And yeah, Prime Taps has only been on the team 2 months. But you've had Body here for 5. Adam B, Spook have been here for over a year. There needs to be more consistency here. It's staggering. It really is. And I don't really want to rag on OG because I like OG, and I realize that everything I'm saying just comes across like I'm the biggest hater ever, but that's not true. I really like the players on this team. I just expect more from them, and I think they expect more from themselves. Here's this playoff bracket, so I can focus back on track with the run of show. Enox Division versus Misa. Basement Boys take on Bax, who are OG's nemesis in their group. Phantom Esports Academy will take on X Mana, who lost the first map to Mouse NXT, then owned them 13-3, 13-2. And then we've got OG versus Lavked. This is the best game of the quarterfinals, in my opinion. I think the Enox Division Misa one's quite interesting, but I watched Misa this morning. I'm pretty sure Enox Division are just going to wipe the floor with them.
Yeah, I would feel the same about that. I do like Enox Division. I think Phenomen is a great watch, whichever match you get him in. And I think, yeah, I was always pretty dead set, and when I knew I was doing this opening cup, that I would just want to watch OG if they're still alive in the tournament by the time we get to the broadcasted matches stage. And yeah, like it's obviously the best team to watch, even if their form is pretty awful. So yeah, that is the main factor as we get into these playoffs now, and it's a cup they just have to win. And look, I mentioned it already. I understand they're going to have what, 11 more chances in the other 11 cups that are to come in EU after this to make that regional final. But it's not just the regional final that's the goal. They have to make Pro League. They have to qualify properly for a big event like EPL at some point, right? And it has to come soon. The main thing that is the worry for me is that I don't think it will come with this particular 5. I have a feeling that Prime Taps could be on his way out, personally. I've seen him look good in certain moments, but it's consistency, which he just doesn't have. The average rating is like a 0.89, I think, for him recently. And I think another factor that I have failed to mention so far, Brandon, is that this cup format is incredibly open. We're going to have 16 teams in our Europe finals, which is, 12 more than the old format that we had last season. We've already got Fnatic and Bushido Wildcats in there. Because of the way it's open registration, we're going to have some real underdog teams in that regional final with an amazing chance at a big LAN.
Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? Let's have a look at OG's roster and have a little discussion point on it. We can put some, I was going to say faces to names, but we've got the names on the screen here. We've spoken obviously quite a lot about Cadian. I think a player that should get his flowers, I suppose, in this roster, and I know you're going to do a spotlight on one of them, but I'll talk about the other one, Spook. I really think that I think Spook is such an underrated player in Tier 2 in general. I've been really enjoying just sort of watching his progression. The fact that he's 24 years old now and he was playing out under 0-0 prospects all the way back in November 2021. I was on Johnny Speeds for a bit, and I'm glad that he sort of made a move to a better organization, in my opinion. But I mean, the results clearly not. That's the reality. It makes me so sad, Travis. It just makes me sad because this team should be I'd even say top 35, top 30. But when you look at name value, it just something isn't clicking, something isn't gelling with this team. They have to win this cup, as you say. It's so open, and yeah, they'll have chances, but why waste your time almost having all of these chances over and over and over again? Because this team doesn't need official reps.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes me sad as well. I just love the name value on this team, but they just haven't really shown much at all. And look, it comes with, I mentioned those results that they had before as we look at, circling on Adam B as our spotlight player here. The only game, the most impressive match that OG have had this season is the opening match they played against Spirit in Bounty. They took Spirit to a 19-16 on map 3, right? And look, it's online. It's the first matches of the season. I get it. You're not expecting Spirit to be perfect. Upsets happened all over the place in Bounty, and they tend to do so with the position of that tournament in the season. But I still think that was a sign that we could have seen more from OG upcoming in these upcoming matches, and more from Adam B as well. That game Adam B had, if you look at all the maps against Spirit, it was a 1.39 over 3 maps for him with 68 kills. Prime Taps went 28 and 57, so just to reiterate that, Adam B got 40 more kills over the course of the BO3. And the nearest teammate that Adam B had in that particular BO3 was a 0.91 Cadian when he was a 1.39. So there's a reason why I think Adam B is the star of the team right now. I agree that Spook can often do the same sort of work and be as good, but look, if Adam B is not performing well, this OG struggles against any team, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. It's interesting because I'm now looking a little bit more at just like the roles of the team, and it feels like we've got very similar players. Like I think Body and Spook are very similar. I think Adam B also plays like similar roles too. Prime Taps, I think his rating is actually maybe an aggregate of the fact that he's probably the most aggressive player on this team, and you haven't really got players I think that are willing to step up and be that second player in, or step up and be that actually aggressive piece to give option. Actually, the more I think about it now, I actually think Spook, Adam B, and Body are all incredibly similar role-wise.
I think that is fair. Yeah, I think that's surely one of the main things that's catching OG off lately. No, like just the fact that maybe the roles aren't too set, and that's why maybe Prime Taps are struggling, and maybe they're going to be looking to replace him. That's the kind of sad thing, right? Like, I don't want to be rude about it, but I'm just going to go off comments I've seen about OG on social media and from various experts recently. They've gone from Arasdos to Prime Taps. Like, unfortunately, those two players are poor and weren't really performing in their roles at all. I think it's even, for me, fair to say that numbers-wise, Arasdos was doing a little bit better than Prime Taps, at least for that short period anyway. So neither of those two players in that particular role have done too well lately. And I think Lavked, who we're going to circle in and have a look at now, have a great chance of getting this W. Even though their ranking might be totally different, obviously. There's some good names here for Lavked that have been doing work historically. Unfortunately, we don't. We haven't really seen much from Dijon anymore because he moved on to the Whitebird team, which of course became Sparta. That's it. Yeah. With some of the old Whitebird players. And he was the main star for me. He's been swapping AWPers in and out, but Xmind I think is the AWPer to keep an eye on. We all know about Cadian, but Xmind I think does have quality to him. And they've also played with stand-ins that have been on and off stand-ins, have Lavked recently. They played with Kenzie, they played with Norvi. Norvi's gone to play with Bax, and he contributed to beating OG in this very group, right? Which is kind of funny that they're all circled in now, all kind of linking up together in a weird way. But yeah, we haven't really got a permanent fifth for this team recently, which is why they're playing with the Accuser.
Yeah, this team's been on an interesting journey because obviously these guys are all ex-Sparta, and then they actually went on to beat Whitebird, who became Sparta, and then they were doing so well against each other that they said, okay, well actually we'll just take two of your players and bring them back to Sparta. So it's been a bit of an interesting journey. We've got a head-to-head. Obviously you spoke about Xmind quite a lot. I think it's important to bring him up and really focus on him, and obviously Cadian, the other AWPer on the other side. I actually think at the moment Xmind's a better AWPer than Cadian. I think in this moment in time, which is such a wild sentence to say, but I think form-wise, definitely. Not impact-wise in terms of obviously what Cadian brings to the in-game lead. I'm not overlooking that, but I think pound for pound AWPer, I've been more excited watching Xmind recently in games than I have watching Cadian.
I think that's totally fair. I mean, look, Cadian had a very good game earlier, don't get me wrong. Like against Fireflux map 1, he was incredible with like 22 and 6 or something. But I still see Cadian have great games. But the thing is, it's because Cadian is a known quantity. We'll know that he'll have good games still. We'll know that he'll have some stinkers still. It's only natural. Xmind is more of an unknown quantity. Not unknown to us, but maybe unknown to the sort of wider viewers of the scene. He maybe only focus on upper tier 2 and tier 1. Xmind certainly has something. He has something in his back pocket, for sure. And I think, look, I did joke that maybe OG will just switch on a bit more mentally here after the Fireflux kind of scared them on map 2. OG got 1 CT round on Inferno, by the way. Like, that's really kind of crazy. It was a 6-6 half, and I think they lost 13-7. OG on Inferno. So
dear.
That was the thing that worried me on that game. And Lavked certainly have more proven quality at tier 3 in general, right? Like way more than that current Fireflux roster has, which have only really come up more recently from playing ESL advanced level leagues. So yeah, that's why I'm concerned for OG. I still think they're going to reactivate their brains and lock into what is an important playoff game. because they know they need this regional final. They need to win this cup and get through and just not have to worry about it for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Still, Lavked will cause some issues here, I think.
Potentially. I think this is quite important for OG's season to make it through. And just, you look at this group, this is, excuse me, it should be just OG taking it and walking it. And you got to bear in mind that OG, they will send their teams to LANs. Like, we've already seen them in the first season. It goes like the BC Game LAN.
Yes.
They've been to Draculans. I imagine they'll go to Draculan this season. I imagine they'll go to the Roman Imperium as well. Obviously, they went to the EWC Open Qual. So, there's a lot of investment behind this team. And if it doesn't start getting results at LANs, if they don't start seeing like realization on investment, then I think actually a lot of the team's going to be in hot water. So I think that this is a really important step in the right direction, because then you're not clogging your calendar. This is going to sound ridiculous, but VRS is a finicky, tricky mistress, right? Like, you don't want to clog your calendar with unnecessary games. You can qualify through on the first go.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because if they make the maybe final of this cup, right, lose it, you've played every single game without qualifying for the regional final, you have to go through it again. And you'd think, surely, with the 14 cups that we have, and 11 more after this, they will make it. Because, clearly, you see the level of opposition we've got in this particular cup. OG, name value-wise, are way and above where that we've seen from before. I know this is just an example of some of the CT side Inferno I was talking about, right? Like, round like that, they had a great crossfire, didn't work out. Spooky doesn't have a kit in the clutch, that one didn't work out. The only round they won on that CT of Inferno was when the game was over. It was when they were 12-6 behind to make it 12-7. So there are many things to worry about here, but you're right. They need to focus on getting through to the regional final, not having to worry about future matches in these cups, and also get more success at these local LANs that you've obviously said they've been playing a lot of, which is a very good point, because they need to get a few decent results. I think they won a Draculan last season to prop them up to like top 40 or so.
Yeah.
They just have done nothing. They've done nothing since then at all. Nothing of note. So at least they've got org support to continue to send them to these LANs. Lots of other teams maybe without orgs, like Lavked, an example, they would have to pay out of their own pocket to go to these local LANs in Russia or whatever, right? So OG have an advantage there, but yeah, not an advantage it seems when they're actually on the server playing that much lately.
We have the veto, we can take a look at. I'm excited to have a look at it. I am expecting, Cash to be banned here, Anubis to be banned by OG, and then you pick into Dust 2 if you're OG. This is quite difficult, I think, for Lavked. Actually, they go into the Ancient. There's your Dust 2 pick, and then the decider, Mirage, probably? Oh, okay, it's Nuke. Interesting.
Nuke is like a handshake, I feel like, on the decider there. It would have been the same with Mirage, but Lavked play Mirage a hell of a lot more. So it doesn't surprise me that OG have chosen to make Nuke the decider instead of Mirage. Lavked is the most... sure, not a map they win all the time. Like, it's actually not a great record for them on the map, but it's the one they have the most reps on. Double the reps of actually any other map, in fact. 26 compared to 13. So that's why they've gone to Nuke instead. A bit more an unknown, but still, it's an acceptable one. And yeah, every other piece of the veto kind of makes sense. Ancient for Lavked is one that they kind of are playing the most at the moment, and most success. We're not going to get Anubis for Lavked, which is their main map, because OG permaban it. So yeah, OG had to go to a map which they kind of like a little bit more usually, which is usually Inferno or D2. We're going to have no Inferno, so D2 is the obvious choice. And yeah, look, OG, they've looked good on D2. I'm still concerned that they could drop the map like that in this game.
I think if they get... The thing is, I think OG are a good Ancient team. So I'm not actually worried about Ancient. And you shouldn't be worried about Dust 2. This should just be 2-0. This just should be...
Should is a strong word, Brandy.
I know, that's why I'm saying should. This should be a 2-0 for OG. With that being said, I think when the highest rate... Look, the highest rated player on Lavked is their stand-in. Like, come on! For all the bad we've been talking about OG, this should be a slam dunk, no?
You would think. And look, when it comes to the rifling core, Adam B Spook body, like that has, firstly the Spook Adam B duo, like that has such insane potential and firepower. Body, even to this day, like you remember Body from like 10, 11 years ago playing professionally. He's not even 30 yet, Body. Like he's a very good player. Still did pretty well on 3D Max until they moved him on. Which I think maybe would have been a mistake in my opinion, actually. No, he's still 29. He's still got a lot to give at the end portion of his career here. He's tried in-game leading. He wants to rifle normally here. Now he is, of course, being a secondary voice for Cadian, I'm sure. If it's not a 2-0, like I said earlier, OG will be upset. And considering they didn't get 2-0 against Fireflux, that's a more worrying result than, even if they lost. If they lost, it would be terrible, but losing them up against Fireflux is even more worrying, in my opinion. Like, it's the fact that they've got the win, but it's like a sigh of relief, not even a happy result for them. Anyway, they have a bit of a 10-minute delay before the series gets underway in this quarterfinal of Cup 3. Make sure you go nowhere and come back and join us when Ancient gets underway.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
apologies for the elongated break. It is not our fault, but you can blame us. No problem, we'll take the pain for it. OG versus Lavked is underway in this quarterfinal. A must-win game for this OG roster. Lavked, what do you have to try and put them a little bit of worry in their brains after they had that game, of course, against Flux earlier? It wasn't clean for OG. They want a cleaner one here.
If you want to send us any hate, guys, my @ is @GrimmyRana on X. Invisible will find Spook instantly, but Adam B's doing some damage back. Body's at least standing his ground towards long. Rotates need to get here. You've also got Invisible that is trying to lock down Red Room. Prime Taps just ignores him completely, and that's going to sell Cadian down the river. 2 versus 3. Things are now getting a little bit dicey for OG. They've got to fight forwards instead of backwards. Just ignore the player over at Red, or maybe Prime Taps can just delete him. It all boils down to this 1v1. X-Mine now hides in the corner. He waits so patiently. Prime Taps hasn't got a kit. There's a timer on him, and X-Mine knows that he doesn't really need to peek. Gets the reaction and the wide swing, and Lavked are going to take the pistol. It gets close, but X-Mine plays it perfectly.
Yeah, I see what Prime Taps is trying to do there. He stepped forward once, right, to try and force the peek, and you know what? To be fair to him, it did force the peek. Tried to, feign the fact he was running him down and was getting a lot closer than he actually was. It didn't really change the outcome. There's the step I was talking about, that little moment there. X-Mine will hold on, like you say. OG will have to go for their force with the 5.7s and MP9s.
It's quick.
Yeah, trying to force the issue, but X-Mine holds on really well. One of those sort of moments as Prime Taps gets cleared by Solby, that Body behind on that second player in is probably like, okay, I'll trade you, bro. Don't worry. And then the spray down connects with both heads, and X-Mine gets away with his life.
Surprised he's even given this a look in. I guess for exits, maybe, but it feels more valuable just saving your Kevlar. Alright, he'll run away. Makes sense for Spook. Lavked go back to back. And as you say, like that was almost a guaranteed trade until X-Mine just hits the instant headshot. Not a whole lot you can do about that. I like the idea from OG. I like the fact that they're almost like playing as the favourites by taking the initiative, not only with the force buy, but wanting to do something a little bit more proactive with it. That makes me happy. It's not like they're sitting back, they're playing scared, which could be maybe a criticism of this team. Say that they obviously did have that scare against Flux, and Flux looks completely different to what I remember Flux being like. The fact that they dropped a map there is a little bit concerning, but it looks like they've not really been too much phased by it. Every time you're going to hear that noise, someone isn't dying, it's just the coach.
Yeah, we plug in for coaches, of course, to allow them to even be in the server. For ECL. FMB gets completely deleted by that nade. 94 of his health gone in a jiffy. Canfer's creeping up. We need to clear the angle properly. Nice pre-aim onto Spook. Should be no problem. Body now with his 5.7. On a good angle, but not when you get jumped at by a Mac 10. Lavked's 3-0 start. Seems like it's going to be pretty easy. But what I've used to cover quite a bit of Lavked. When they were Sparta, and then they obviously lost some of their main players. Ejon moved on, for example, we were talking about earlier. It has been a while since I've covered them, and I haven't seen Yakuza play yet. We've seen X-Mind with this particular core of Invisible, Solby, and Canfers.
That's true. I've also not seen Yakuza at all. So I'm interested into seeing what he looks like. I've not covered OG since the BC Game LAN. When was that, like May? So I've not seen them for a hot minute. But I'm glad that we get to cover them.
Me too, man. Whether they play good or bad, I just think it's a story and a team that is interesting, right? To follow, at least. Whether it's a nightmare or a good performance.
Nice, up and B. Oh. Well, didn't really hug the bombs. And as a consequence, X-Mine will get the kill. I was going to say there's info, at least at the bombs here, but Cadian's found out the hard way of how far Lavked has scaled in towards Cave. Body now waits patiently. The rotates are also here. That's a good collection of a kill. And in fact, the spam onto Canvas, even better. You have got this outlet, this emergency exit in towards mid if you want to go in that direction. I'm surprised we're pushing the smoke here, and yet it might work out. X-Mind will be dropped after getting rid of body. 2 versus 2, that's the bomb down. It makes things very difficult for Lavked, especially when Spook cleans invisible.
Yeah, now, when you're pretty much a couple of bullets from death, it's going to be pretty difficult, and Prime Taps does force his way back in. No problem. Yeah, these are the sort of rounds that are really important for OG to recover. Like, again, that's a very quick 5v3 for Lavked. Thankfully, they have players in position in good moments, and duels like that being won by Spook is a really good sign as well.
This is nice from OG. I'm happy that we see like such proactive CS. The issue is that they're being owned by flashbangs and they didn't get a single kill. So as soon as I'm complimenting them, they've lost every fight.
Unlucky. Invisible is trying to force his way back in now, but it's been forced by Cadian. These are the sort of moments Cadian lives for. He's found 2 of them. He's still alive and kicking as well. He doesn't know that Donut is totally clear, which is the issue. He full focuses on main. That could be a big difference. But now he's shifting back away, worried about the possibility. I think it would have been Soul B making some noise around B. He's running through spawn. Thankfully, Adam B is rotating in a good timing, but Solby is looking for Cadian. Great reaction from Cadian. All right. Solby continues to run and gets Cadian's attention. Definitely an opportunity now, guys, for a crazy 2v5. And Cadian's got this round in the palm of his hand, you would feel. Takes his time on X-Mine. He's got 1 bullet left on his AWP, and he would have connected with all 5 of the kills. But surely you don't expect Yakuza, and no, you don't. Thankfully, Adam B's in position, and OG have gone back-to-back 3v5, 2v5.
And that's your name value actually giving you results. What an incredible round at Acadian. From a position in which OG had no business winning. These are how the first 3 kills transpired. All within a couple of seconds of each other. And then Cadian just goes searching. He gets the double kill. He walks elbow and then A main. It's absurdity from the in-game leader, but he sets up Adam B, gives him that chance, and that's why he's in the player spotlight. For clutch moments like that, yes, it's a 1v1. Yes, Cadian's done all the hard work, but it's still important that Adam B still gets that kill. Timeout now being called by Lavked. Their money's in a bit of a weird spot because you can buy, but it's not going to be the greatest. So I'd imagine you half it. Save an extra bit of money on your Yakuza so you can get the AWP out for X-Mind. That's crazy. That is actually so crazy.
Yeah, it's a huge turnaround, isn't it? Fair play to KD, and he was all over them there. Like, he was in the right position for the main site take, got his 2, reacted well, moved away to Donut, got the player flanking, then the fact that Lavked is just not aware that he could decide to go all the way round, and big flank with the AWP. Not really gauging the timing there well at all.
Yakuza just dropped X-Mind and AWP.
Yeah.
For a deagle. This is levels of glaze that Sanji would only dream to achieve. And it's going to work, because why on earth would you expect an AWP in this round? kind of rate this out of body. Oh, yeah. Oh, never mind. I don't like that body, please.
Yeah.
I was so happy up until he did that. I thought he was going to go through the right side, elbow. Oh.
Bit spooky and not right next to him. Try and put pressure on that position. Be a nuisance.
I just don't know what he's achieving here. Oh, also, why is PrimeTap solo holding A with an MP9?
Yeah, you need more than that, really. I'm not gonna lie, like I mentioned, that PrimeTap's level has not been really too impressive, but it is because he's a lot of the time he's in those very awkward positions.
It's really weird.
They still haven't got the bomb back, by the way.
No.
Ruki's still fighting and fighting very, very well. He's going to get an X-Mind out. Cadian's going to move forward himself, but he can't react to Solbe's position. If Cadian had gotten that kill, it would have been another advantage going awry for Lavked, 100%.
I know that Spook is here as well.
Yeah, they would have felt it for sure. Now they're double holding Spook's position, easy swing for invisible. Nothing's easy at the moment for Lavked, but you know what? They're still 4-2 in front.
That was the best opportunity for OG to actually get control of this game. Because they've not been in control whatsoever. Fair play to Yakuza, who not only drops the AWP for X1, which warrants an opening kill, he then gets the D on PrimeTaps. Respect, mate. And now look, you completely ruin the money of OG. There's a couple of Deagles in this round. There's a P250 on body. You say, no, it's not that easy for Lavked. I think they've actually, the lion's share of this game have been in complete control. And OG have really been wrestling to find rounds back, which is a shame, because I don't anticipate that from an OG team of this, again, name value. I expect them to be a lot more in control. I expect them to be having this fundamental principle. If anything, I fully expect Lavked to have the team that has the individual plays. Instead, it's all OG, Adam B and Body, finding frags on the Deegs. That's 3 back. It's quickly a 2v2. And OG are in the contest for this round. Again, it should be over here, though, with Invisible finding Cadian. And PrimeTap's only on a USP. There we go.
Oh, wow. Well, it was a nice try from OG. Those Deegs from Adam B were lovely. Helped out by that flash, of course, on the rotation. He's able to push forward on the timing. Even though the vision was slightly back for Lavked, he caught players completely caught off. We're going to see that again. I think we might, here it is. This moment right here. Beautiful double tap. It's the fact that Body's Deeg on X-Mine came through immediately after as well. It's those sort of moments which can spiral around 100%. But thankfully for Lavked, Invisible will be able to hold on from that cave position. Does a very good job. Now... things aren't just going for OG. I was going to say they need a bit of an opening pick in mid maybe as they're speeding up Lavked. And again, it's a smoke kill from Sol B. Thankfully, Cadian is here. They don't know about PrimeTap, so it should be a free for him. Absolutely it is. And now Cadian might be burnt out into the open, but he's got support. And now safety near that donut position. PrimeTap back inside. Nice. 2. Oh, could even be the final one as well. In the end, X-Man will take him down, but Cadian will activate straight away. And that is much more like it, Brandon. Bouncing off each other's contact there really well.
I will say, the way that Cadian moved there, from big box to donut, was almost like deer in headlights. And that's a little bit scary, but he is able to lock the kills in. So I guess that's fine. Nice encouraging signs out of PrimeTaps too, that he's been a lot more dynamic. Like it feels like he's been subjected to donut for the majority of these rounds. But here, he allows himself to get out onto the bomb site, finds that double kill, plays off Cadian's contact. These are the rounds, these low-buy ones, that OG shouldn't be struggling with. And yeah, it feels like these are the rounds that have been the most difficult so far. Cadian now locked in the corner. We'll find Campus. X-Mine though, and Yakuza are getting kills back. No! OG, stop it! PrimeTaps will provide that safety. You feel like it potentially is enough? Sol B, full blind, good spam. Is he ready for Adam B? Certainly is now. We'll just drop the smoke. This is a really weird fight that both of them are taking. And Sol B won't be able to get out. Good catch from Adam B. OG, woo, finally, we get a round that should be theirs and is theirs.
And then they're rewarded with a full eco to come. So finally they've got some control back in the map, right? Then they're going to get themselves back even at 5-5 unless some calamities happen. Crazy hold from Prime Cats, and fair play to him. He's having a good half so far after he's been, for me, the most criticised player on the team.
They're all doing well, to be fair to them. Like, if you look at the kill distribution,
Yeah.
Campus is 1 and 7 in comparison. I think Dust 2 should be a lock for OG. I can't really see that going wrong, based on their recent reps and the fact that it's their favourite map. No, I'm not. No, we're not doing this. Let me just yap. All right.
Okay.
It should be a lock. So if they get Ancient, I'm willing to say it probably should be a 2-0. But hey, man, what's up?
I've just seen OG troll a bit too much lately to be confident in anything, really.
That's
but
fair.
I agree with you. I agree with you. It should be 2-0 if they win Ancient. Otherwise, trouble.
Right. Well, we're gonna hype Prime Taps up here. You really wanna test Prime Taps here, Lavked?
True.
Like, you think this is a good idea, huh?
Yeah, big box with the M4A1S. Fast-moving Tech 9's going to have to do some hard work here.
I haven't got a molly either,
especially
so
when
you can
he's
just sit
got,
here.
when he's got support from Spook on the back of the default box as well. There's more than enough going for Prime Taps here. Hidden will throw a flash in front to help him. 30 seconds left, and guess what? They're being flanked. They've taken way too long to really set themselves up, and Body will really get one though. The thing is, they can't really go back with 22 seconds on the clock. They've got to make sure they don't die after time here, because they need to get their last bonus to get the proper buy after this little eco sequence. And in the end, Yakuza does find one on Prime Taps, but Kaden and Spook will hold on. 3 alive for OG, and now with that force being thrown to the wayside by OG, 5-5 will become 6-5.
Good for OG. Because this is OG without a pistol. This is OG somehow winning a 2v5 or 3v5. And this is also OG getting reset by Tech 9s. And yet they're still having a tied up scoreline. But the fact that they're going so good in the gun rounds fills me with a lot of confidence. And in fact, I'd even go so far as to say is I don't actually think the scoreline is reflective on how the game is going now. Whereas a few rounds ago, it did feel like Lavked were in control. Obviously, OG wrestled back. Those rounds had like these crazy moments from Cadian. But over the last 3 rounds in particular, I think they've been doing a very good job.
Totally agree.
I'm glad.
More aggressive information gathering here for OG to try and clear out middle and clear out B lane, and they'd be right again to figure out what's going on early. Make sure they don't go anything too crazy. The smoke's going to be a little bit late. I reckon it's going to be the cue for Lavked to go off the back of that. The reset will come through. It moves the crosshair rather than B. He does a very good job. His spray is absolutely perfect. Blinded off the angle when the Tech 9 is needed, but no problem. Yakuza is more dead than a dead thing on big box with no armor and only a Tech 9, and he's gone.
I remember when it was more stuck than a stuck thing.
It still is sometimes, mate. It still is. That's a line I pull out sometimes.
I remember.
You get a bit of comedic value in there sometimes when I'm watching the comedian himself. Oh, sorry, that's me. I wonder if Kaden hates being called comedian.
We should ask him. You should have asked him when you were at the LCQ.
I actually never got close enough to any of the OG players. I was really close. I was close to Fnatic. The closest team I was, as we see Canvas disconnect, like you said. But bad luck for Canvas. He's 1 and 10, and he's having to restart everything, it seems here.
Yeah, we just play on, can't we? Sorry, that's me.
Well, I mean, some damage has been done, but
Oh, now even more damage has been done.
We're definitely not live. So, yeah, I was closest to Big, Fnatic, and I think, was it Hotu? I can't remember. But they were definitely like, with it being such a cool LAN hall, which I think I sent, you and our producer the pictures of. Can I just make sure it's in that picture collection? I need to double check. Yeah, it's like the 5th or 6th picture. It's just like, just an absolute smorgasbord of players. They're in that tiny area, like the good old-fashioned LAN days, obviously. And, yeah, it was almost like hard to take in. Because they were crossing by each other all the time. You had Simple and Device there, obviously, two of the goats of the whole game for so many years. And seeing them do battle was a fantastic game. Probably the game of the entire qualifier, BCG versus 100 Thieves.
I can't believe Gizmy won that 1v3 to keep them in it.
I know.
But guys, that's not very nice. It did look good, and I would say this on any broadcast, but I wanted to like chat to you about it because obviously you were there. But it's like what it looked like to me is it looked like a really smooth like operation as well. I felt like there was no tech issues. What's going on here?
Yeah, so firstly, you're right. There was barely any tech issues, like maybe 3 that were resolved really quickly. Other than the 45-minute delay on the first game of the whole tournament, it was pretty much perfect. And for an incredible operation like that, with 64 teams, 16 per slot, basically, imagine like just hang on, calculator, 64 times 5, 320 players, right?
Yeah.
That's not including coaches, not including analysts, not including family, whatever that they brought out. That's a lot of people to have things go wrong. And we didn't have many issues at all. So, huge props to all the admins over there that worked that one out. I believe we've worked this one out as well. We did go to the half for a second because that round ended, but we had to end that round before we could do the match medic. So, with Canvas back in the server, he's got a 109 KD again. It's back to how it was. At a 6-5 with a full buy to end the half.
Alright, come on then. Hello, Stunner. Adam B. Oh, blinded. But Body is able to get the first kill. That nade, I really felt like he should have done more damage. That counter flashbang is brilliant, though. Adam B will lock up frags. And that's PrimeTap's doing the background work. Not just required for his multis, he's now also delivering lovely pieces of utility. Invisible, surely known about, but PrimeTap's fully blinded by the Accuser pop flash. 2v2, both of OG in cave. But Spook can't win out his fight either, so it falls to Cadian. On the AWP, he knows that one's at long, he knows that one's on default.
Does he know they're low, though?
Well, no, of course not. That's why he's leading with this AWP. If only he knew. Oh, then they'd be in trouble. He'd probably have to go for like quick scopes.
I believe in Cadian.
Does he see the arm here?
Happen. He might have done. He found the left player first, and now the tech line will come out, and that actually might help him. But no, he just doesn't know. He just doesn't know the HP situation, and that's a lovely quick scope on Yakuza. But as we said, even though the Glock came out for Invisible, it was enough to close that round. So again, another pretty close half between these two. We've seen OG kind of struggle throughout the whole day so far against teams they should be beating. And once again, 6-6 on Ancient. We'll have to see who closes the map after the break. Looks like we have our classic situation where some teams don't get the memo that we actually have a halftime break. That happens with ECL relatively often. Don't worry. We're coming straight back in here. You haven't really missed a whole lot either. Just one kill from either team so far. Now we're going to launch our way out B with OG. Taps will deal with Xmind easily. High flash for Sol B, or what was left of Sol B. He's been deleted by Spook pretty easily. Yakuza and Canfers trying to recover a 2v4. Not likely. Obviously, they'll give it a go, but just money really is their main goal in this one.
Nice.
Madam B. And that secures it. No teammates because Body's dead, unfortunately. And Canfers does get his dollar. There is still time, by the way. If OG troll this one, there was still time to get that defused, but no. Spook will hold on, and there is the pistol for OG.
They nearly trolled it earlier, and I'm only going to use the word troll because you said it and I thought it was funny. Spook had the bomb and he was the one taking all the contact like deep in CT and long. And I'm thinking to myself, he's got no idea he's got the bomb, does he? I think he realised and then had to like run back, and that's why Adam B was the player that stepped in instead. But there was a real world in which that could have got a little bit complicated. That's the kill that we missed. Boost up from Cadian. Yeah, that fight there. If that goes the other way, that's the bomb on the floor and it gets a little bit weird. But thankfully, it doesn't happen for OG. They're completely fine. Forced by not in for Lavked. Just going to be a deagle here and there. There's going to be Spook. And Spook, I think, unironically, is one of the better players at this level to lurk Red Room. And I think if you would like to learn how to play Ancient on the T side, especially if you're a mid player, you watch Spook.
Okay. There you go. Spook getting his flowers from one and only B-Dog.
I really like him as a player.
I'm glad to hear. And first with the Deeg. It's a nice one onto Prime Taps. Adam B goes out in a similar fashion. Aiden is 18 HP, by the way. And it is only 2 Mac 10s. Surely not an ace with the Deagle. Oh, imagine if he hit that flick headshot and Cadian was last alive on 18. That could have been crazy. Either way, they will hold on. Galil's retrieved as well. Recovered for OG. 8-6 confirmed as we go into the actual gun round.
Fair play, Canfus. I guess Canfus is just a CT merchant. He just doesn't do anything on T side. He's like quadrupled his or tripled his kills in 2 rounds since being on the defense.
True.
I like this out of OG. This is fast. This is direct. This is an opening kill from Prime Tab. So another player lies in wait. A lot of damage has also been inflicted through that CT smoke. Invisible. Forced back by the molly into the Spook spam. This is nicely done. But with Solby catching Cadian, who's just gone on a walk up B, nothing's really certain anymore. Especially when you've got Spook's HP, Adam B's about 50. He's going for a time-in, and he will find it onto Yakuza. So the player advantage is now back with OG.
This is such a great little cheeky position for Adam B, right? Just realising there's a gap on the left-hand side of that smoke. It's a very nice line towards CT, but it's not going to win the round for them. They haven't got a solid bomb site yet. So
he's going to get caught.
Yeah. Oh, not going to get caught if you
There
get the
it
kill,
is.
though. Sol B will go down trying to catch the possibility of that rotation. And now Xmind has got a very winnable 1v2 ahead of him. But now, of course, he doesn't really know where that bomb is going. He doesn't know if it's doubled back to A. He doesn't know if it's still fully committed to B. Like we saw, and Sol B saw, could have been the risk.
Oh, this is so awkward.
But at the same time, Spook and Adam B don't know what's up. And don't know where Xmind has gone.
You got to commit B. You can't go back A because you've walked all this through now. Yeah. And you're okay.
Unless they somehow don't get the bomb planted in time.
No, they will.
There'll be no issue.
I really didn't like how split up they were there. Like, that was the easiest way to lose the round. But they somehow both had a time in where Xmind was also looking for clues where they're able to slip the net. and go under the guys. Xmind will probably be feeling a little bit frustrated, especially when they watch the demo back, because he doesn't realize how close he was just to stopping the entire round. He'll go ahead and save. OG will remain flawless on this T side. That's 3 out of 3. That's 9 rounds for them, and they are only 4 away from taking away Lavked's choice. What else is going on in the world of Counter-Strike? For some reason, Enoch's division and ESA still hasn't started.
Okay.
Basement Boys are 11-5 up against Bax. And X-Mana are beating EAC 8-3.
Not bad. So what you're saying is this is our closest game right now?
Absolutely. We pick good.
Yeah, we do. It's almost like we've watched these teams for years. Who would have thought it?
I think you said off air, but I'm going to bring it up on air. Like 7 years deep now, is that right?
I started casually late 2019, yeah.
Very nice. So was that mid-fight? Spook was very lucky there that the flashbangs were so good out of his team. 3v2, look at this push out of Canvas. He's only got a 5-7, but maybe he can still get the chance. No.
Ooh.
That's my boy. He'll get the 3rd. Cadian will not be able to hit the flick. So this makes it interesting for Yakuza.
Yeah, it's good to see, like you mentioned earlier, all of OG chipping in now, right?
Yeah.
Like, 14, 14, 13, 11, 10. That's a good kill distribution. Yakuza, considering they're buying next round anyway, he will be giving this one a little bit of a look. With no kit.
Actually, just sticks it like
It's
10
be
seconds.
awkward. And yeah,
Oh.
Shadow's seen by Prime Taps. Easy headshot for him. And OG up to double digits first. Yeah, I believe when I started doing it casually on my personal stream on my Twitch, late 2019, my first ever paid one, I think was early 2021. So you can say I've been a professional for 5-6 years.
I'll tell you mine. I know when it was. Just have to scroll back in the calendar because I've got an official date.
Yeah, my first ever Wikipedia event was the Epic League CIS RMR. That's one of the things I'm quite proud of. Technically my first ever Wikipedia event is like a major qualification type thing.
That is awesome.
Technically though, my first ever paid thing was I think for like a Fun Spark event and maybe like an ESEA advanced thing where I was actually paid properly. I had to send off an invoice. So there you go. Good times. I won't forget my day ones who got me into streaming their matches for them for a bit of fun.
My first one was the 6th of January 2022.
Okay.
And first paid one, 22nd of January 2022.
When did you realise? Because I know you used to be in finance, right? When did you first realise that you wanted to do this and like or had a knack for it?
January 2022.
Okay. Fair enough.
I've been around
I can get paid
esports.
for talking about video game.
So I knew that existed.
Yeah.
I've been around the space, like around circles, since 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
But I never thought this was a career avenue for me.
Yeah, fair enough. I watched Pro CS since like early 2015 and played the game since early 2015. My first ever time playing it back in sort of February of that year. First ever pro event I went to watch 2016, and then I was kind of hooked from then on in. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a good round from Lavked. It wasn't really that extensive for OG. There's a reason why we're talking over it. Nothing really special happened.
Same
Because
maybe
of the
here
damage,
as well.
Yeah, and because of the damage that OG have had to their round wins, they can't really buy fully.
They're on first stage though, right? Yeah. So they will buy a little bit. Okay, Tech 9s. Yeah, we can dive into on like some ecos, like maybe like esports origin stories.
Yeah, that's a conversation we were having with our producer actually earlier. Like, what's our favorite events we've ever worked? Maybe not the beginning.
Yeah,
the beginning.
My beginning's really random.
Okay. I think it tends to be that case for many people.
It's true.
Like, the way you get in is a bit unbelievable.
Okay,
movement from Spook. That makes it awkward for X-Mind, but in the end it's all solid and invisible. Well, it's not invisible in this round. That was a lovely hole. 21 kills now for him.
Yeah.
He's leader in the server.
But again, the disparity is quite vast. Like, you got Invisible on 21, you got Campus on 7. So you kind of want these guys to be a little bit more OG-esque in terms of like having the floor raised a little bit. Because I think if the way the game goes right now is I think it's a lot more consistent long term for OG, just based on the consistency and the longevity of the fact that everyone is having good rounds. Massive nade onto Invisible. For example, if he dies here, I've got more confidence in OG winning the round. Whereas if Invisible removes one player, then I think, okay, well, don't worry, because the rest of the team can potentially step up, you know?
Yeah. And Invisible, I would say he's not being cleared properly. He was half cleared, but when you half clear something, it means you don't have your heart and soul into it. And if you don't put your heart and soul into it, you often get caught like that. Easy double kill for Invisible. This was the 5 for OG, like we said. It's going to be 10-9, could turn into 10-10. Uh-oh, OG. It's happening.
I just... Why are we not clearing that
your
corner?
words, Brandy.
I just don't know why they're not clearing the corner, bro. Like, you're out mid for free. No one is fighting you in towards red room. You've not even smoked red room. And if they're not fighting you from there and you've got Donut crossed off, then where is he going to be? Like, let's kind of use some critical thinking here. He's got to be in that corner.
Yeah.
The noise just adds the effect because it just seems so obvious. Maybe that's just me.
It's always obvious to us when we have the radar and everything.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Still.
I know.
This is nice. So, like, this is much better from OG. The fact that we've got staging towards a bomb site in this round. I was going to say, and they're together, but then suddenly Body gets peaked one by one. And I think Soul B and Invisible do a brilliant job there of isolating every kill. Prime Taps finally will step back in. Cadian's just not interested. He's just going to let Prime Taps die, and he's going to bait him with the Glock.
He wants them to give up on that position and go plant, but it's not going to happen. Maybe he also is taking the time to talk to them. That's also a possibility.
So, yeah.
As the captain.
Yeah, fair. That could have been a tricky round, to be honest, for Lavked, just based on the fact that they were all clumped together, OG, and that promotes good trade spacing, but the angle management was very impressive out of Invisible and Soul B. Love to see it. We've got an even scoreline. OG will take another timeout. Had a drought of rounds. They were winning 10-6. Now they've lost 4 in a row. And they need to bounce back.
We're in trouble. Full buy for both now coming in. 3 AKs on the CT side. Even a purchase that you could want to get between both these two. X-Mind willing to go very deep on his push with the AWP through the corner of that molly. And obviously Adam B's a bit concerned about that because I think he would have heard that molly tag. That one tick on X-Mind. I mean, it's just a little bit off on X-Mind holding that more aggressive line.
Pimp has just said on Twitter they will fight Loba in a boxing match.
Yeah, I saw that.
Very good.
I would pay to see that.
Me too. Mid control now being taken.
What's the entry fee?
I don't know. A case.
Deal. X-Mine will go back to red. As you can see, it's just a pretty regular default for OG. It's just don't die early, and maybe take a bit of map control somewhere, i.e. lane, i.e. mid. They're pretty happy with getting that one in control now. I believe that is a left click, right click, jump, throw, flash to get them in toward the corner of Donut.
It is indeed.
That's where they're going to be headed. 2 players here.
Good
Invisible. Yeah, very good utility usage here because there's 25 seconds left on the clock. That is the one thing. Playing at a slower default will not help you with. They can break them through, of course. A smoke is not a wall, and they're going to break their way through that wall right now. Canvas is not being cleared. He needs to look in 2 different positions. Can he deny a plant? Oh, he can't. Imagine if he denied that plant on the spray down. Adam B picks at exactly the right point just to make sure 2 kills don't come through for Canvas. That changes everything. 2v4 for SLB and Yakuza. Time taps is low, sure. But he's got a little bit of vision perhaps in the corner of that smoke, and as you can see, that's exactly what I was predicting. Yakuza won't see him before Time Taps sees Yakuza. And SLB is trying to save his AK. I think he should be able to do so unless Cadian kills him right here, which he does. Nice shot. 11 confirmed when OG really needed it.
Yeah, look, they played that well, OG. I'm glad that Spook was part of the donut pack and not on the A main side, because he was the only one with a nade in that moment. Prime Tap's really clean opener, and as you say, Adam B saves the round. Completely saves it. Because that was looking very scary, especially with the time pressure. 11-10, plenty of money, fortunately enough for Lavked, even if they lose this and they concede a 12th, that they've got another full buy. It's not like all the pressure, all the onus is on this. Obviously, you don't want to concede map point, but you understand what I'm saying. OG looking to fake out A by going a little bit faster and just dropping extensive utility, and that's trying to prompt this reaction out of B. Adam B ready. He'll get rid of the counterpart. These and the names clash. Invisible's been able to trade at the bare minimum. And now what feels like a fake is actually potentially going to be a commitment. But Xmind is here with the AWP, and Cadian needs to figure this one out on his own.
The first time Cadian recovers around from looking like a very awkward situation, but yeah, it's going to be hard to recover now. Prime Taps has been boosted up on tree. Xmind is on that off angle from Donut, but he's got help with Canfers right next to him. That smoke is a big gap. Really big gap. That's why walking into that angle was never going to be advisable. Body will get taken down. And the immediate rebuttal here from Lavked is going to be a big deal. It's a good check on the flank from Cadian, and Cadian can just try and like run around the map now if he wants to, but he's not going to decide to get caught in that sort of thought process. So he's going to go back with Prime Taps to push with him. But how do you recover the bomb when it's so far in the open? 25 seconds, you need to destroy Xmind on this angle, which feels very unlikely. That's a peek from above and does hit only a tag, but Xmind will not be afraid to reface it, and Cadian won't get a face anymore. With 14 seconds left, they can afford to peek one player, but no more than that. And Lavked are going to recover this one to an 11-11.
Really, really impressive angle management from Xminds just in the last like 20-30 seconds of that round to guarantee the win. Don't lose the AWP. Oh dear. I guess his money's even with the rest of the squad, but yeah, I really appreciate the angle management being taken here by Xmind. I will say Cadian has dropped the worst donut smoke to give Body basically pain and suffering. And from there, Xmind just being given all the kills. Unlucky that he dies after time. Thankfully, it's not going to hurt them too much. It's going to be another one of these Tech 9 rounds. But Lavked have got open runway to take their map pick to map point. What's this, a fake out on B to plant A?
Oh, he's jumping across the angle to try and get the Tech 9s into play. And Yakuza, he's going to hold on.
Oh,
Cadian,
no.
he'd love to be able to get a dig there and get a bomb plant, but you can see he doesn't really know where to go now. He's 1v4. Lavked are going to get map point first.
Lavked are going to get map point first, and this is an OG on not the best loss bonus either. Actually, I think it'll be fine. It won't be awful. Yeah, 4,800 a player. We won't have enough for the AWP unless it's glass cannon, which I really wouldn't like or advise in a situation like this. Go with straight AKs. I rate the idea here for Cadian. We're just not anticipating that. I think it was Canvas in the end was still remaining on that bomb site. So no AWP, a full purchase, OG a chance for OT.
Here we go. Oh, what a great flash in middle. X-Mine is so blind on that angle. Look, I am casting with the one and only B-Dog. Overtime would not be a surprise to both of us.
I'm ready for it.
Good leg shot from Invisible onto Cadian though. He'll be allowed to get into Temple, but now down to 37 HP. And look at Soul B go. Here comes the reface from Canfers, and Adam B and Prime Towers were not ready for that. OG had a lead to work with, what was it, 10-6?
Yep.
And Lavked have brought it all the way back to win 13-11. Their map pick goes their way, and now OG will have to do it in a 3-mapper all over again.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for OG. As you say, 10-6 up, and then they win 1 round out of the last 8. That is exceptional output from Lavked, and I will say Invisible had a great game, so did Soul B, but the players started stepping up towards the end, and OG just weren't getting kills. There was a number of macro mistakes rather than micro mistakes in that game for OG, in my opinion. It also comes back to the pre-show discussion we were having, Trav, right? Where we were saying, look, some of the players, their roles are really similar, and they slightly overlap. Who was the guy going in first there for OG? Every time it was Prime Tabs. No one else was almost willing to sacrifice themselves or put themselves forward.
Yeah.
It feels like we've got too many cooks making the same dish, and it's dicey for OG. Lavked will take away their pick. You could argue it was a steal, but it was a really concrete result in the end. We now go to Dust 2. This should be an OG certainty, but nothing is certain at the moment with OG. We'll see how they respond straight after the break.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Guess what, friends? We've got Brandon, otherwise known as B-Dog, on the casting role with me tonight. And you know what that means? It means a possibility of a 3-mapper. And OG have dropped map 1 to Lavked from a 10-6 lead at one point.
Yeah.
Now they go on to their pick of D2, Brandon. They should win it, but as we've said many, many times, including past games as well as today, should is a strong word.
Yeah, they'll probably win it. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's so funny how this is now affecting me on other broadcasts as well. It's just this stench of free maps at OTs. It keeps going, and I don't know what I've done to anger the Counter-Strike world, but it's been my entire year, bro. It's my whole year so far.
Hey, man, maybe you haven't angered them. Maybe you've pleased them because they're giving you more Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's a glass half full way to look at it.
Yeah, you might be right on that one. Anyway, we've got OG's Dust 2 to come in here. So they're kind of their main map recently. It's not one they pick every single time, but it's one that they've been the most successful on. They haven't lost it in the last 6 times they played it.
Yeah.
They beat Focus at Draculan earlier in the year, and after the player break, when they came back and played Team Spirit on it at Blast Bounty, they beat them 13-11. And obviously Dust 2 is not a map that Spirit are bad on either. So good signs for OG on the map in general. And I think the main stat that I want to bring up, sure, it's only 8 times they've played the map, but they've won 13 out of 16 pistol rounds on D2. That's quite a high percentage.
That's quite good. And here are the stats for Lavked. And you can see on Dust 2, they've won it 5 times. They've lost it 8 times. And I was like, do you know what? Maybe there's something here. Like, maybe I can spin this into a positive for Lavked if the results were close. But they haven't been. Like, they've been losing like 13-5, 13-6. The fact that OG, though, what I will say is OG were in control, and then they let it slip. So there's every world in which Lavked get off to a very strong start on D2. And, you know, maybe inflict damage on that pistol, build in to some rounds. Like, Invisible was playing very well. X-Mine was solid when he had the AWP, which makes it very possible that he can go toe-to-toe with Cadian in this. So I think Cadian was the better AWPer on Ancient, which is a hard map to AWP on. Dust 2 is a bit easier. And we're straight in. We've already got the Doolies pushing lower. A crunch in towards tunnels. Isn't going to yield success, but it is going to yield info.
Yeah, no problem. But big damage. Might also be alive, but 5 HP on Invisible, 3 on Spook. And guess what? There's more than just Yakuza in this position. Invisible is still trying to fight, but Prime Taps does come in very late from the T-spawn rotation, and that makes a big difference.
Big fight along.
Those 2 kills for free, and that is the bomb. Well, not the bomb. That is Cadian down, and the bomb is still in tunnels. And as you say, the big fight on long makes a big difference, because that means they don't have to worry about that side of the map now at all. And this setup for X-Mind and Soul B is a really good one. Prime Taps needs to instantly dome him. That's a lovely entry, but why would you predict a second player in the corner? Soul B! Oh, he's going to go looking at him. What a spin, what a check. Soul B tried to do the right thing, and Prime Taps has gotten his 4th of the round. Can he give us all 5? Canfers 1v2. A couple of flashes picked up with his USP, but Prime Taps wants all 5. He's going to get all 5. Big moment for Prime Taps, probably the most criticised player on this OG lineup, and that is a crazy pistol for him.
Soul B, you got to shoot him, bro. You have to shoot him there.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy clear onto X-Mind, but the fact that Prime Taps looks back, that is unbelievable. They must have seen him on radar and it was calmed. Oh, dearie, dearie me. That was like again, that was another, what, 5-on-2, 3-on-5, like something like that for OG. They're able to keep that pistol stat, feeling mighty impressive.
Yeah, that's now... Let me reopen the page. That is now 14 out of 17.
It's good.
That's the highest percentage I've seen in quite a while, actually.
Yeah, that's very high. Trigger discipline going wrong all over today. We had it at EWC where it went wrong. Cadian, I was going to say he's going to run into the X-Mine Sniper. Instead, that doesn't happen. Yakuza is trying his best, bless him. In both the second round and the pistol, he's the one that gets the multis. Cadian opens up his account in this round. OG are off to a rip-roaring start on D2. That's unlucky for Prime Taps. He was mid-jump when Solby peeked him. But this is a 2v3 that you imagine they're not going to go for. They're just going to go get the AK and skedaddle.
You used rip-roaring and skedaddle in one play-by-play.
Yeah.
Beautiful work, Brandon.
Thank you.
I was challenged by a friend to use kerfuffle earlier.
Oh, that's so easy.
And that is way too easy for me. You need harder challenges than that.
Yeah, come on. Oh, it is easy, Solby. Don't shake your head. I think we can use that one.
Look, in my 6 years that I've mentioned earlier of broadcast work, I think I've said the SHIT word a few times. I think I maybe said the F word once on broadcast. I'll take that. Once in 6 years.
That's good.
You know, when I've really been upset with something I've seen. Maybe
I had one the other month.
Fair enough.
I think I might have shown you that clip. Obviously, in Pro League, you get your standard issue pass, like once a day. You're allowed to drop a swear. Yeah. Don't know if we can on Challenger.
There is so many other, like, this is what my mother used to teach me when I was growing up, right? Look, don't get me wrong. I never listened to her. I swore anyway. But
whoa, alright. Come on.
Travis, Travis, there are so many better words to use than actual swear words. Like, the English language is extensive. And I was like, okay, sure. I believe you. I'll start calling people plonkers instead then. We're trying to work our way in toward B here, which is a little bit dangerous because
please get the boost right, guys. This is really angering me. Get up there.
Oh, hello.
Oh, it's a waste of time because you tried it 9 times and finally you get up there when they're already in. Oh Christ. Even my teammates could do that. You got the observer pissed off. Like,
we got us so annoyed we've got windows being opened. Yeah.
5v4, you're still going for this. 3 players in tunnels. Spook has got to be careful, but he's dealt with Canvas, Invisible. Maybe not on the swing. Spook's killed all of them. It's all fine. And Soul B will only be able to get a consolation kill. It's a lot of money made for Spook. I can't believe they failed the boost that many times. OG are 3-0 up.
Oh dear. Maybe they'll be saying the F word after that. Whatever that is in Russian.
It will sound something like this. How come you failed the boost? You absolute... There you go. Something
Wait,
like
it didn't
that.
work. I didn't hear it.
Oh no! I pressed the little sensor button.
Unlucky.
I don't know if it came through on broadcast, maybe.
Maybe it did.
I hope so, because otherwise it would have just been silence.
Brandon has a bleep machine that he uses for comedic effect sometimes. For those of you who didn't hear it, if he didn't get heard...
It was a bleep machine.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's nice out of OG. Very direct. Now the guns are in. Straight through middle. Found the opening kill. Typically when you drop these double smokes, I don't know why it's a thing, but I never see players and teams actually use these double smokes to go mid to B. They always go short. And I'm surprised that teams haven't really cottoned onto it. It feels like Lavked have realised it. That is an incredibly deep smoke over at B. I can't believe the bleep machine didn't work. That's so sad.
Don't worry, you can fix that. I'll fix that for you in a moment. Hang on.
Oh,
Spook?
massive nade.
Trying to force his way in with the MP7, but Invisible holds on. Body getting Yakuza, though, means that Invisible has to do a whole lot more, and thankfully, he's got help from Sol B. It's a great hold. Good dink as well from Invisible. There's big damage, but Cadian is being patient, and his patience pays off. Sol B peeks into the open, and X-Mind will be going beep in this 1 versus 2, but maybe he'll be going beep in celebration, because Cadian is going in for an aggressive angle. It's a bit dangerous there from Cadian, considering he was 37 HP, but he'll play it assertively, and OG keep their clean sheet intact.
Why would you peek in the open like that if you're Sol B? You've done so much good work getting these kills. Invisible would have commed that a player is dinked too, and then you know that the AWP was firing off at short, and yet somehow you've decided that a good idea is just to stand in the open in favour of the AWPer. It's a little bit silly, to be honest.
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
I'm disappointed.
You've got a small issue on our side, which we're going to sort out right now and jump back into the game ASAP. I did notice it earlier, like we were quick switching players very, very quickly. I think like there was a slight error with that. It was giving me epilepsy. But yeah, I think it's going to be fine when we get back into the game in a moment or two. And Lavked have work to do, of course, with OG winning all these close rounds so far. That's one of the main things I think has been very evident from watching Cadian on D2. Brandon, maybe it's one of the reason why it's one of their better maps in general. He does play very assertive and very aggressive, like we saw at the end of that round, in lowers, on CT, goes for pushes, all of that. And he does that against any level of opposition. Your Fire Fluxes and Veils, and your Spirits of the world. He won't be put off by who he's playing against.
And that's a very good thing to have, because that's how you should be playing. If you change the way that you play characteristically based on the teams that you're playing against, then you're only nerfing yourself to a certain extent. And there are very niche case examples of this, but I think the biggest one actually is AWPing. Because if you are an aggressive AWPer and you suddenly play a lot more passive, that's not actually the right way to approach certain teams. You can be still aggressive, but you just need to be set up more by your team. I think that's the caveat, rather than it being like a complete 180 switch, because you are just effectively ruining your team's win condition. Because you've got to remember, you're not only affecting your play style, you're affecting how the whole engine room works, because the team is so used to you playing a certain type of way, and if you deviate from that, it's actually going to just throw off internal timings all the way down the line.
Very well described. Maybe it's easier to describe things in the last couple of days because it's actually a cooler day in the UK. And that might sound crazy to say.
It's not in this room, let me tell you, jeez.
No, I'm sure, but look, it's not like it's 30 odds like it was the other day. There was so many people associate the UK with just rain constantly. We're genuinely in a drought right now, and a bad drought as well. We've had basically heat waves of 35 plus degrees, maxing out at like 38.
Yeah.
And today it's 25 at the moment, and that's genuinely a massive difference. And finally, according to my weather forecast on my phone, we're gonna have some rain, a maximum of like 20 degrees, which is about time. The thing is, Brandon, one of the things I say very often, sorry to cut over you,
no, you're fine,
is that when we have droughts like this, which is very, very rare, it's one of the warmest and driest summers ever that we've ever had in the UK on record. If we get the thunderstorms, like we so often do after hot weather, because that's the way the atmosphere kind of works, the ground is so dry, it's not going to absorb the water.
No.
And we're going to get flooding. That's the next thing that's going to be happening. I can see it coming.
Great flash. That is such a good flash. Oh! Yakuza's able to get a double with that MP7. And it was supposed to be the flooding of OG out long, and instead it's answered quite quickly. Solby and X-Mind now look to clutch. X-Mind would need a kill, you'd assume. Finally. On the board. That's what he's after. Cadian is going searching with this AWP, and because he's already scoped in, he can find Solby. And now the pressure really is applied into X-Mind. I don't know quite where he is. He now starts to slow things down. Cadian's reading this one correctly. He's assuming that B is going to be open and vacant, and he's bang on the money.
I don't care what anyone says. I still like watching Cadian play. I like seeing his cogs turning. I like seeing his AWPing ability. He doesn't have his, always have good games anymore. He's more on and off than I think he ever was. in terms of his just pure numbers. But sometimes you can still see what made him look so good at his peak on Heroic. Look, I mentioned it to Scriv earlier, right? Like, we had that moment, Acadian, when he made that major final in Rio. It was the battle of the in-game leader Orpers with Jame. Unfortunately, he came out second best, and that was probably his best ever chance he'll ever get to win a major. He had great success on that Heroic project. Since then, obviously, Liquid and Astralis, nightmares for him, I'm afraid. At least for this OG project, it feels like it's his again.
Yeah.
And at a lower tier where he can start to show more what he's made of and start to get confident again.
It's interesting dialogue, because I wonder how the career trajectories change for both Jame and Cadian if that result goes the other way. It's like, would Jame have been given as much time on parry vision with Dastan if he hadn't won that major? It's curious to think about. Obviously, it's all hypothetical. Cadian will find Invisible, who's not having the greatest of starts. Right, X-Mind on the AWP. Here we go. It's him against the world. And his own demons, I suppose, because he gets to get a kill. I like this boost. This is nice. And I think the smoke's being lined up so you can actually see over the top of it. If I'm not mistaken, it's a cool little detail. Or maybe you can just extinguish after the opening kill. Cadian now goes searching. Soul B solo. But they haven't smoked off mid to B, and that's to give Cadian a little bit of wriggle room. Yakuza will bait in Canvas. This is going to be perfect. Yeah, they've got no idea that Canvas is there. That's the bomb drop that scoots up momentarily. You need to win this fight out on B. If you're Soul B, and Prime Taps can't handle it. So this should be a round win for Lavked, and it is.
There we go. We're on the board. Good work from Lavked to just bounce off each other's contact there pretty nicely. Of course, this is the quarterfinals currently going down in this particular cup for ESL Challenger League. Flux Division are 12-7 up on map 1 versus Misa. Backs are 10-1 up on Basement Boys in map 2. The Basement Boys took map 1. EAC took map 1 against X-Manor in the end when they were like 8-3 behind, I think. And they're 4-2 behind in map 2. This is the other quarterfinal we're focusing on here. Around the world right now, Spirit are getting monstered by Tabson.
Really?
Incredible scenes. Yeah. They're playing Cash, and Tabson is 14-7, more kills than anyone on Spirit.
Monstered.
9-1. Yeah. All I'm saying is that I said on a podcast the other day that Big would beat Spirit, so it's going well.
Buy the trap stocks whilst you can.
Yeah. I also said K27 would qualify, though, and I was wrong about that. So, you lose some, you win some.
Yeah, well, their coach's visa expired.
Unlucky.
Right, commitment, X-Mine, nearly, but it's just between the wickets of both Body and Cadian, and he still goes back for the flick. What's another chance? I lied, it wasn't Cadian, it was Spook, because X-Mine already killed Cadian to start off this round. Prime Taps needs to clear his corners, needs to just get rid of Campus, who's deeply embezzled himself just on the angle. Speaking of angles, Invisible's now picked up the AWP. There goes Prime Taps. It is just up to Spook, who swapped from AWP to AK. Isolating these fights is going to be increasingly more difficult by the second. First kill will belong to him. The second one doesn't come as easy. Instantaneous from Campus, who's really turned a corner in this series. Back-to-back output, AWP scavenged, and Lavked with consecutive rounds on the board.
Really good work from X-Mind again. Are we pointing him as a main factor for Lavked in this one? Now that forces OG down to their full eco. So again, they've had a nice start, right? But
yeah,
the Lavked recovery is pretty quick. It'll be another one of those situations that we see happen so often, where you get like a 5-0 start, even maybe even a 7-0 start. I've seen for many separate teams at this level, and you know, it's a 7-5 half out of nowhere. It's an even game.
Yeah, fair play to them, because this was 5-0. This is also looking like Lavked just had no say in any of the rounds. Bar the pistol, which should have been theirs. And now, as soon as the AWP has been put into Xmine's hands, everyone is now delivering. There's been a couple of instances as well where Prime Taps has just been left solo on the extremity lurk, which I don't really like. Just on the T side in general for OG. Like, maybe that's just like a mid-round protocol thing, but he's been out long by himself. He's been out towards B by himself, reliant on winning a fight. Hasn't done either of that. But again, that comes into question of, is that really his job? Is that really what he's brought on the team to do? Be an extremity lurk? I don't think so. It's going to be a crazy peak right now. Look at this.
Go on, Adam B. I need to see this peak come through. I need to see it dome canvas. I need to see... I was going to say, I need to see that then repeated on like a Vera CSGO compilation or something.
Oh!
Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get anything done, and Canvas is quite well, to be fair. He had, what, 10 bullets left in the M4A4, and I think he clicks 3 players. Pretty good. And Yakuza will finish it off.
Get an AWP out for Cadian again. Yeah, that was nice, that was clean. I like that he's slowed down his fire rate significantly and he's still able just to be so precise with his clicks. I love it. Invisible just needs to pick himself up off the ground and then it's a lot more consistent out of Lavked. This is a diabolical peak from Xmind. And he's going to get rewarded. Cadian was ready, meanwhile out long. Yakuza, just by himself, has he been heard by that spam? Not quite, but he still loses the fight anyway.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Xmind is dead, surely to the lower player. Never mind.
That is why SolB was there. That is why SolB was there, to make sure Xmind can still stay posted all the way in top middle. And Primetaps is worried about it, obviously. He's the bomb carrier, and he can't get into long doors.
Oh, this is so weird.
I don't know if he's... I think he's definitely somewhat aware of it, and
nice.
He just jumps across the angle. Fair play.
Is there a molly here?
Information. Invisible, why are we quick switching? You've been slow peaked by a player on 19 HP. If you don't quick switch, you hit 1 bullet and you get the kill, and it's a 3v2 for your team rather than a 2v3. Whoopsie.
Really?
SolB will get one back though, and it's still very possible. Xmind still flanking. That's a final push that's come through. They weren't ready for it. Xmind goes all the way through, all the way up middle, all the way through long doors, and in the end, 3 for him, 2 for SolB. And despite the calamity for Invisible, Lavked are now within 1.
You could actually argue that SolB, I know Xmind gets 3 kills here, but SolB is the most important player for that kill. I don't know what he's doing, Invisible. I was looking to see if there was a molly on the other team. I didn't see Body just walk on him. So I was expecting, you know, Invisible to get the kill. Oh, dear. At least it's okay. At least it's fine. That nade didn't do enough, and because it's a double smoke from OG, they stop the break. And maybe they can hit the accelerator and go into short. But Xmind's now on the angle, and there's no flashbangs to get them in. So this is going to be a little bit of an Orky Momo for OG if they go in towards Catwalk.
Personally, I don't like Orky Momos, but that's just me. And when I say that, I mean I don't like how it sounds and what Orky Momos actually are.
I enjoyed it for probably about half a second.
I've heard Machine use that.
Really?
Once. I think so.
Oh.
Body with the AK will play pass the parcel with it. He's gotten himself 1. It's a big miss from Xmind. And Adam B is double-edged with the Tech 9. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say that's awkward. Or a Momo, really.
It's an Orky Momo, but for who, Chris Kamara? That's a very niche British meme.
I'm sure there'll be someone in chat who'll know that. Don't worry.
Hope so.
Chris Kamara is worldwide.
He deserves to be.
He does. Legend.
Oh, it was going so well, Lavked.
It was. Would have been 5 in a row. But, look, it all falls apart when Orky Momo number 1 happens.
Yeah, no, we can stop doing it now. Like, it was a one-time thing.
Sorry. When Body gets his kill with the AK.
Okay.
Hang on. Is this man going to keep his AWP here? He's trying desperately to do so.
No,
Wrist breaker of a flick. He's going to get jumped on. There we go. Prime
Fair
Tap's gonna
play.
kill him.
A lot of damage. I know they're
kills,
on Tech
yeah.
9s, I guess, but still.
Yeah, still. And this is where it kind of began, right? So the AK picked up by Body, he gets his opening kill, and usually drops that to a teammate, and then they don't even need it anymore. They don't even need it anymore, because Adam B gets an AK of his own by jumping into B and killing 2 with the Tech 9. So, there we go.
Double AWP now?
Why not?
Well, you gonna quick switch this one invisible?
If you want the best of CS2 merch, go to esl.gg/cs2. The only reason I'm calling out that ad is because I love that merch and I bought some of my own.
I want some. I'll go get it. Where do I go to get it?
esl.gg/cs2, I think it was. It's
Thank
gone
you.
off the screen now. So, but they don't sell any funky boots. So,
Oh.
sorry.
That's all I wanted. Nice shot. There we go. There's a second AWP coming into play. A hop, skip, and a dash are invisible as well as he bounds his way back up towards short. Now X-Mind. Yeah, why would you expect the second AWP to be right there? I mean, maybe because Invisible was the guy in the kill feed. A 3-on-5. It should be a Lavked round. Adam B's just going to drop this utility over towards short. Oh. Invisible is nearly able to catch him. Surprised that the AWPs are still hanging around in close proximity to each other. And I'm actually very surprised that Campus is doing this in between 2 smokes. It's a Campus sandwich at the moment over towards B tunnels. But
Yep.
Lavked are going to leave.
Not a sandwich I'd like to eat, personally.
Fair enough.
That's just me, though. They are moving the bomb back through to B, and Adam B's going to be a long way away if they do commit. And with it being a 5v3, it feels like a dead cert that OG either will run into their death
We'll save.
or will save. And that is their decision. With the money they've got, with the final round of the half coming up next round, makes total sense, honestly.
I'll be a live
should be
crowd
able
for
to
this.
buy.
Boo. Boo. Saving. Boo.
Fair enough.
You are making a good point, though. Like, they should be saving. Like, they don't have any money.
Yeah. So, from just double checking, yes it is, ESL.gg/CS2. I have the fall tee, which I wore on broadcast, for EWC.
Very nice.
I have the regular CS logo black shirt from the first drop, and the Aces one as well from the first drop. And the hat, actually. The Molotov cocktail hat and the CS Dad hat. I'm a cap enjoyer, can you tell?
I can.
Oh yeah, I also have the mouse pad on page 2.
Damn. You're a fiend for merch.
Well, man, if you've seen my... Look, unfortunately we don't use cameras for the ECL broadcast, but if you've seen my backdrop for other events, you know I'm... I take very much due care and attention for how my backdrop looks, all my favourite Counter-Strike stuff.
I feel like you're personally calling me out of my white walls and nothing.
Time to get a poster, mate. One sec.
Maybe. In fact, definitely. Nice molly. Forces the smoke out. Campus staying here is kind of wild. Okay, yeah, makes sense that he leaves. Nice nade timing. I like the idea here for Lavked. And that one does a bit more. Wild peek out of Campus. Fair enough. Spook will get the trade on the Tech 9. 40 seconds left. 4-on-4. You now know the AWP was over towards long. He needs to relocate. Yakuza's going to be the one to take the fights. And he's somehow alive. Invisible will find body in the meanwhile. 25 seconds. Boys, you gotta go.
You have to go. Final round of the half as well. There's no saving this time. What a little hop up that is from Sol B. It's somewhat mid-air, and now Caden's going to be peeking into 3 players, and that ain't going to be happening. Guess what? We've got another 6-6, and this one comes from OG being 5-0 in front. That is Funky Boots. See you after the break. Guess what? It's another even half between these two teams. It's a half which we didn't think was going to be that even, Brandon. It's 6-6 again, and OG continue to show why they're in a bit of bother.
Yeah, we're 5-0 up, OG. What are we doing? I'll tell you what actually happened. The X-Mind AWP started firing on all cylinders. Invisible decided that he wanted one as well. And ever since he's actually picked up the AWP, he's gotten a lot better. He was 2-9, and he didn't die when he got that secondary AWP. So, good for him. He might have been 2-8, actually. It doesn't quite matter. Lavked also were very close to taking the pistol. You could argue they should have taken the pistol. Prime Taps has had 1 kill in the entirety of the half since the pistol round.
That's a great point. That's something I hadn't noticed. I completely forgot that he aced to win the pistol. 1 kill since then. Damn. Okay, Body, you've got the smoke, you've got the dualies, you need to try and block them off here, and they're not checking their corners. It should be a very easy spray down for Body, but he only gets 1, and now Prime Taps, he does get his 7th kill, finally. He needs to do more. He needs 1 more. He needs 1 more to protect the bomb site. He's not able to get it. Look at the position of Canvas. Immediately when they... Oh, I was going to say when they kiss in the smoke, it might be the kiss of death, but Spook will take him out in the end. and Invisible is trying to hold on. 2 P250s remain for Invisible and X-Mind for Adam B to tap down, but they double peek him perfectly, and Lavked are back in the lead.
Mwah! Chef's kiss, you could argue, for Lavked in that afterplant. Understanding that these players are going to walk through that smoke because it has been dropped forward deliberately for that play. And then when both are identified as well, they then double swing together just to make it really tricky. Like that's a perfectly played afterplant from Lavked. You could argue that the players on site should have got more, especially the dualies. But hilariously enough, PrimeTap's dropped the flashbang, but I don't think he communicated it to Body, so Body was full blind as a consequence. There's Cadian trying to do his best X-Mind impression. Invisible's been tagged as a consequence, but Lavked have made their way out long.
Actually, so painful to hear you say that. Cadian trying to do his best X-Mind impression. Well, just used to be Cadian doing his best, like, Jame impression or Zywu impression or something. I don't know. Like, now he's being compared to X-Mind. What's happened?
Well, X-Mind made the cool play by doing that movement.
I know. Look, I know. I'm not trying to beat up on either of them. It just makes me sad that that's where we've gone with the OG players at the moment.
I know.
It's the level they're having to play at to force their way back up. And look, I like X-Mind. I've interviewed him for Nodwin. He's a good
is he nice?
Yeah.
Oh.
We like X-Mind. He took the mic when kind of like he was one of the new players of the team too. So good guy. But still, it does feel crazy that we're comparing those two now after all this time.
Hey, look, also, it is crazy, because I feel like X-Mind should be compared to better AWPers, because, look, Lavked are a map up, and they're about to be 2 rounds up on this one.
Yeah, I've liked X-Mind for a little bit. He's not, like, setting the world on fire in terms of ratings at this level, but he's very reliable, I feel like. He's like... This is a weird one to say, but I know you'll know what I mean. I feel like he's a slightly more consistent height. The height from Magic.
Yeah.
That's how I'd use to relate.
Got to bear in mind as well that currently X-Mind is 13 and 6, yeah?
Yeah.
He was 0-5. So he's actually 13 and 1 since he got his first AWP on the server. More maths with Brandon coming soon.
Yeah, we spoke about that earlier, that sometimes maths is a bit harder for some of us. Harvey said earlier that something was a 7-round lead, a 9-round lead when it was a 7-round lead, so that went well. The taps through the smoke on Invisible makes
dead
that.
Here.
Yeah, he was always one scoutable, and he will get caught. Yakuza will find his kill through the corner of that smoke and the wall as well. Solby will also get tagged, and that will mean that he'll just get out of there. Don't want to take any more gambles on that one. Allow OG to keep the Deagle, Scout, and Galil, and focus on your 9-6 lead.
That's ironic, really, but it's almost poetic that he dies to the Scout, because in the round for Lavked, he was the Scout. He just confirms to the boys, yeah, look, they're all out long. You can go B. He sacrificed himself for the cause. And you're right, that this is... Again, this was... Remember, Ancient? 11-6, I believe it was, for OG. 10-6, somewhere in that remit. And they only won... Yeah, they won 1 round out of the last 8. Here, they're 5-0 up. And now they've won 1 round out of the last 10.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. And also, look, this is a very common thing at this level of competition. Like, this is tier 3. Like, this is the sad reality. This is tier 3 Counter-Strike. This isn't tier 2. Momentum is such a thing. Like, it's so relevant at this level. And if you've given Lavked the opportunity now to spiral this, it's going to be very difficult for OG to get back in.
Yeah. 6 rounds for OG, 9 for Lavked. What a recovery. It was my mother's 69th birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Queen.
Yeah.
Hope you had a good day.
There you go. We watched a TV show time together, which I haven't really had time to do because I've been non-stop commentating. Invisible. will try and push forward a little bit because finally we've got an opening pick for OG through body. They're going to speed up Lavked, knowing that it's probably their best option yet. But there are 3 CTs on long, and that's going to be a little bit too hard to get by. Body will get himself 2 more. A little lineup in Campus and Solby. And Xmind is now alone. So finally, OG get the guns out, and there's the rebuttal we need to see straight off the rip. And we know that as soon as Cadian gets his AWP out on CTD2, he can be very reliable. It's a nice pick from Xmind to do extra damage to the economy. And if he finds 1 more, that would be real nice. There's a big difference between 3 players remaining alive and 2 in terms of the reinvestment.
It's the old anecdote. I think Freddie came up with this line. So I want to give him credit if it was him. Do you know what? I'll give him credit anyway. He always says, 3 can buy 2, but 2 can't buy 3.
There you go.
I like the way he sums it up.
2, but 2 can't buy 3. Yeah.
No. Simple maths, innit?
Innit, bruv?
Imagine if we just casted like that. That'd be so horrible and jarring to listen to.
Who is there any commentator that has an actual accent like that? I know Bardolph can pull it off sometimes. Like he'll use that sort of tone and accent.
Yeah.
For a bit of fun, but it's not like their natural accent, you know?
No.
I'm trying to think if there's anyone who has anything like that.
I might be the closest to it, but like I've really worked on my accent on broadcast.
Fair enough.
Like
where did you grow up?
Like North London.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I was similar then. I mean, it's not to fully dox myself, but, you know, I do live in London too. Near Wembley-ish. So. Wembley's a big area, man. Wembley's also, like, one of the most popular places.
Wait, Trav, this is really cool.
I know it's cool. They've walked out middle, and OG have no idea how close they are, but they are holding on. Okay.
Anyway, back to doxing yourself.
To be fair, they were checking it. Like, Spook was jump spotting near window, and Body was close anyway, so it was kind of held for. So, no problem. Yeah, all I was going to say is that Wembley's obviously one of the most well-known places in the world. Also, some football games and all that, so, yeah. Not like it's a big doxing. I don't live right next to it, so if you can find where I live, good luck. Adam B will find Xmind, and that is a 4 alive gun round for OG. 2 in a row, putting Lavked back down to an eco again. OG are back. They're so back.
They are back. I think it looks like this is where most of the troubles lie for Lavked. If I had to guess, I'm going to go look at some statistics to back up my argument right now. Yeah, the CT side is 42% win rate over the last 3 months, which isn't the best. Does it make sense that they are struggling?
Yeah.
Adam B will find Campus, as you say, Eco. Tied up scoreline. Yet again.
Close game. Looks like I might be going hungry tonight. Just a little while longer anyway.
It's a bit of a journey for you to go to Hungary.
I don't know, man. I've been. Nice.
Yeah, me too.
Budapest was a lot of fun. Major.
It was. I enjoyed it. I tried really hard that trip to be touristy, because I often end up not being touristy when I go to places, and I really enjoyed it.
I tried as well, just not as much as other people. I tried to go to like Christmas markets and stuff because it was in December, right? So
yeah,
I tried to really look around some pretty areas. And it was good company as well, so it worked.
No AWP for Xmind, so Cadian completely uncontested in a really pivotal round here in our quarterfinal between OG and Lavked. OG need to win this map. As a reminder, they lost Ancient to Lavked 13-11. They win this, we'll have a decider on Nuke. Oh.
To be fair, that's my logic as well, Brandon. Like, if OG are capable of losing 2-0 to Bax, that team with Norvi and Danis on it, who played one of those recent Russian lands, they're absolutely capable of losing to Lavked as well, without doubt.
Yeah, you don't want it to be that way, though, if you're an
No,
OG
you don't.
fan.
You don't, I agree. Good spam from body and middle. Again, a great D2 from him. 17 kills on the board. And he's
Nice
far
repulse.
forward in toward tunnel. And Solby's not ready for it. But Canfers,
Oh, okay.
he's domed both Adam B and Cadian out long. That makes it a 3v3. And little does he know right now, the A-bomb site is totally open for business. I'm going to find that out pretty quickly because the two teammates are on short with the bomb. Just waiting for that smoke just in case there's a player in the open. They're now relying, OG, on the big flank from
Nice.
body. Probably coming around toward long. And the rotations from CT. But already, Long is being watched. And look at that position of Canvas. He's reading this round perfectly. That covers body. Just have to be trusting in his teammates, Yakuza and X-Mine, to cover Spook and Prime taps.
Body's got to clear this, and he just doesn't. Yeah, we'll come back into this position in a moment because it is still a 3-on-2. It is Yakuza being spotted, but X-Minder over the top. Is phenomenal. Right, what's really cool about this, we'll speak about Canthus and how he's reading this round and what is the thought process, right? So he gets both of these kills out long, and there's no resistance on site. There's no one breaking open the smoke that he throws in at CT. You've seen the aggressive push come out of the tunnels player, and there's no immediate fight back in towards short, and X-Mind was slowing down with Yakuza just to hold for flanks. So there's only one world in which they get punished here, Lavked, and that is if a quick flank comes in and they're not ready for it. So excellent from Canthus. Spook's now dropped it as well. X-Mine's been given an AWP because of Canthus killing Cadian. And the fact that X-Mine is accountable for Cadian too makes him X-Mindful. He's got the double opener and Lavked. It actually just feels like they are going to win this game now.
Oh my god. Cadian you did say that. I felt like, and I did agree with you, that Cadian felt like a slightly better on the AWP in map 1, even though OG did lose the map. This has been X-Mine's map. 100%. 18 and 8. Looking fantastic. Cadian goes for his reface on long doors because he knows he kind of has to recover the 4v5. He's trying to take point for his team. It's not working. My word. And this is what I was talking about with OG lately. I mean, any teams that... Just listen to the teams they've beaten lately.
Okay.
Fireflux.
Yeah.
Privateer.
That's the UK
Veil,
team, right?
Yep. Veil.
Okay.
Just players. EAC.
Okay.
They've...
Who have they lost to?
Just players in EAC was 11 weeks ago. But that's the only W's they've got. Fireflux, Privateer, Veil, just players EAC. And they've lost to TDK,
Yeah, fair.
Focus,
Fair.
BetClick,
Fair.
Spirit.
Yeah, fair.
All 2-1. All 2-1. All of them went 3 maps. Echo, 2-1. PC Game at EWC LCQ,
Fine.
2-0. And Bax, 2-0.
The Bax one's the most egregious. Oh my goodness me, they're hunting all of them.
I know, Brandon, but the point is that it's the way it looks as well.
I understand that.
With the name value of the teams they've beaten is non-existent. It really is non-existent.
I understand that.
The winning against Veil means nothing. Privateer win means nothing. Fireflux was a decent recovery on that 3. I'll give them that one. But still, it's not like it's a Fireflux.
Should we go 3 maps?
Exactly. It's not like it's the Fireflux from the Soulfly and Banjo era. That's a Fireflux that's 2 fresh-faced Turkish players. Or 5 fresh-faced Turkish players. That's a tongue twister. 5 fresh-faced Turkish players.
5 fresh-faced Turkish players.
Damn, you're just better than me.
Well, I did it once and I listened to you like 4 times. 5 fresh-faced Turkish players. 5 fresh-faced Turkish players. No, it's actually okay.
That's alright.
Flex.
And listen to the teams they've beaten at some of those lands as well.
Okay.
Medisport, bad.
True.
Rebels,
Bad.
They lost to BetClick and they lost to Inner Circle.
Bad.
They've beaten nobody! I know they just don't play that much either, which doesn't help, but they've genuinely beaten nobody.
Forced into this,
Nobody
by the way. They took a timeout to discuss this, and they've decided to go all in round 21. I actually really like these spams because it means that Cadian can't hear how close they've been scaling. 3 players out long right now. Xmind is holding for this Cadian peak. It all comes down to who's going to bite the bullet and who's going to go around the corner. Instead, it is Cadian dropping utility. 3 are still in A. Cadian's in mid. It is PrimeTap's solo again, by the way, having half the map to himself. A guy that gets critiqued quite regularly, he's been given an awful lot of responsibility, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, right now, let's just see if they win this round first. If they lose it, I'll make my point. But there's still a chance.
The setup feels good if Lavked go A.
Yeah, Lavked are right now in a nice position. And you can tell they know that because of the time they're taking. They're being very diligent about this at the moment. They're going through the motions.
I think they're going mid to B.
It was dangerous. 34 seconds. They've got to make the call right now.
They are. No, they're not.
No, they're not. Oh my word, they're
no,
going
I don't
A.
like this.
They're smoked off. They're overthinking this one. This is one of the overcooking moments for Lavked for sure. They still might hit the headshots, we'll see. But look at the little setup we've got. Great counter flash. Spook goes 1 for 1. Body finds his one. It's Nerby though. And he beats into the open. And Adam B's FAMAS can't connect more than a dink. Bomb plot can come through in time. Nothing Cadian and PrimeTaps can do. And Cadian has to keep his AWP. There's no other decision you have to make. You need to try and play for those 3 rounds in a row. Lavked have hit 12 first.
Oh, no way they lose that round, OG. But you've got to really say, think about the setup you have got and what are you trying to achieve with this setup. And it goes deeper than just we've got 3 players on A, right? You've got 3 players on A with 22 seconds left and you have dropped a smoke in towards short. You have thrown a counter flashbang. What is the purpose of the counter flashbang? It serves 2. Number 1, to slow them down. Number 2, to allow you to peek. What shouldn't you be doing in this situation when there's time burden for Lavked? 3, 2, 1, peeking. Why are we peeking? Why are we in the open here? This is so silly.
Yeah, that little moment there was awful. Like, if you hide Goose, hide Ram,
you win.
You win. You firstly probably shave 10 seconds off that clock by the T players having to remove you. And that puts 5 seconds on the clock. It also means more time is given to Cadian and PrimeTaps to help out if they needed to later in the round. Insane. Absolutely insane, really. Crazy call by OG team to fight that one. Well, he's trying to hold on. Well, even the flashes are being miscommunicated. What the hell is going on? Just flashed right in front of Body's face there, did OG. Yeah, so checked out it feels like.
If you play like this, you deserve to lose.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I was saying earlier, which I feel like they're playing like a dead team right now. I think they've got changes incoming. I think because of the EWC qualification failure, I think they're going to be removing PrimeTaps, other things like that. And I think this one's about to end. I can't believe what I'm watching. Cadian finally gets that kill on Sol B, who was 1 HP, by the way. And Yakuza is also 1 HP from earlier on.
He wins
PrimeTaps put that first player to 1 HP, eventually removed. Now Xmind on the AWP. Can Cadian save his squad as the captain on 19 HP, having to go through a smoke? He's not going to win it. Yakuza will close it, and Lavked have eliminated OG. That read to me like a dead team walking. OG are out, so they will not be going to the regional final. They've got 11 more cups to try and do so, but Lavked are still with a chance of doing it right here.
Yeah, dead team walking. They don't have their funky boots on, mate. It's such a shame, because, look, for OG, it felt like in moments we saw the potential of this team. And then things spiral out of control, and it is almost like we've given up. Like, that is the reality of that Dust 2. That over-peaking for me when you've got 3 players on long, you've got to smoke in at 20 seconds, that has got to be one of the most egregious mistakes in CS I've seen in a hot minute. And the fact that OG is making that mistake really upsets me. Because I do not want to dog on this team. I do not want to be angry with this team. I like this team. And that's why it makes me sad when I see these mistakes being made. Because this is not the caliber for OG. This is not the expectations for OG. And what's the reality of the situation? They make it through to playoffs and they go out at the earliest opportunity.
It wasn't like it was a clean run to playoffs either. Lost to backs in the groups, only scraped by Flux. It's like, what is going on? What is going on? And look, I'm going to disagree with you actually on this one, but only slightly. I do like all the players individually. I don't like the team. The team is not working at all right now.
I agree.
The team is looking awful in terms of synergy and communication. You can just tell at the end of that game how checked out they were. Kind of insane with some of the overpeaks and decision making. I believe we've got a bracket to show you how the playoff bracket is currently going down, a graphic to bring up and talk about. There's the confirmation. Lavked will be playing one of Phantom Esports Academy or X-Mana. That's very winnable for Lavked. I would almost favour the grand final over there in that one. Flux Division, he's started a bit later. Got map up on Misa. Right now OG have gone. I'm taking Lavked, Basement Boys, or Inox Division to win this particular cup.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with you. I'd say Lavked or Inox for me. But the way that Lavked, I think, worked their way back in to both games and both maps for me, it is really inspiring. So for me, yeah, it's them. I think that they will have a deep run in this tournament. So congrats to them for making it through. Commiserations to OG. I really hope that this team either works it out or something changes with the organisation and they're able to bounce back stronger, because you really want to like them. It always seems to be the case, and for the moment they've just been letting us down.
Put simply, Brandon, players of the quality of Adam B, Spook, Body, they should be doing better and playing better. And they should be activated better as well. It's not the fact they're just playing badly. It's maybe like a 5% where that is the case, but it's also the fact they're just not being activated in the right roles in this team, it feels like, for me. Look, we can talk about that all night and talk about where maybe this particular roster is going, what changes could be made. One thing that you can say is that, firstly, Cadian is not playing badly or calling terribly. It's some of the individual decision-making from the other teammates, I think. I think Cadian, being the ideal upper for this team, is still okay.
Yeah.
I think he can cook something up with the right pieces listening to him, hopefully in time. Anyway, I believe that is it from us today for ESL Challenger League in EU. It was good fun with Harvey first, and of course then you as well, Brandon. I'll be back tomorrow with Hayes, I believe. I basically am on every single day of this Cup 3 due to some schedule swaps and stuff like that, so I'm going nowhere. You're stuck with me. Sorry about that. For now, though, we're going to be calling this one a day. I'm off to have dinner, and I think all of OG's players are off to go to bed and cry a little bit, maybe. See you in a bit, and see you tomorrow. Thanks for everyone for watching. See you then. Glad to hear. And first with the Deke, that's a nice one onto Prime Taps. Adam B goes out in a similar fashion. Aiden is 18 HP, by the way. There is only 2 Mac 10s. Surely not an ace with the D goal. Oh, Cadian though, it will be allowed to get into Temple, but now down to 37 HP. And look at Soul B go. Here comes the reface from Canfers, and Adam B and Prime Taps were not ready for that. OG had a lead to work with. What was it? 10-6, and we're going to get flooded. That's the next thing that's really happening. That's it.
Great flash. That is such a good flash. Oh! The Accuser is able to get a double with that MP7.
But it all falls apart when Walkie Memo #1 happens.
Yeah, no, we can stop doing it now. It's a one-time game.
Sorry. When Body gets his kill with the AK.
Okay.
I'm going to keep his ult here. Trying desperately to do so.
No,
Wrist breaker and a flick. He's going to get jumped on. There we go.
Fair play.
Trusting in his teammates, Yakuza and X-Mine, to cover Spook and Prime Taps.
Body's got to clear this, and he just doesn't. Yeah, we'll come back into this position in a moment because it is still a 3-on-2. It is Yakuza being spotted, but X-Minder over the top is phenomenal. Right, what's really cool about this, we'll speak about Cam.